at 12,000 feet or whatever, somewhere
Okay.
within you or your area, you find it on your phone, I guess. There, you can land.
But
And I didn't know there's like 6 little airports within 1 hour drive of right here. Isn't that weird? Who would have thought? People who have their own airplanes.
so you have to come up here. Is that okay?
Aren't you like saying hello?
That's true, but we're doing like the preliminaries now.
Oh.
So welcome everyone at home. Braden, I'm just double checking. We're live at home. I don't know what camera I'm looking at. I don't see a happy little red light. 5 or 6? 5. I just didn't know who to look at.
Which
there
one
you
is
are.
5?
The one in the middle.
Oh, okay.
How many years have you been doing this?
But I've never memorized the camera numbers.
So I want to welcome all of you here that are in the studio and those of you that are at home. And I always love it. I love for everyone to hear who else is here. So I don't have the breakdown of teachers and homeschooling parents and students and everything, but I do have the list of countries who are here.
You mean online?
Online, yes.
Okay.
I don't know, did anybody fly in from another country?
No, but we have several out-of-state people.
We do? Okay, well, we should find out who they are too.
Arkansas, Missouri, Texas. Anybody else?
Well, Texas is another country. Those of you from Texas know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, okay, well there's our list.
So we have people tuning in from the USA. This is not in alphabetical order. Bolivia, United Kingdom, Indonesia. Wait a minute. England is part of the UK.
That's what they put on their form.
Okay, fine. Canada, Panama, Japan, Australia, Ethiopia,
Amazing.
Grenada, or do you say Grenada?
I think if you're from the UK, you would say Grenada, right?
If you're Ronald Reagan, you'd say
Yeah, okay.
Malaysia, Puerto Rico, Costa Rica, Netherlands, Turkey, Guatemala, and Nigeria. So that is a lot of countries.
It is amazing.
Except Puerto Rico is part of the
I
United States.
was waiting for you to say
You
that.
just puffed the list up to make it longer.
It's called marketing. I'm sorry. So, I should probably introduce myself. I'm Julie Walker, Chief Marketing Officer here at IEW. I've been working for this guy over 19 years now. So it's been a wild ride. We've had a lot of fun together and we've worked really hard on a lot of different products. You are here today in our IEW Bixby studio where we shot, we can't say filmed because we didn't actually use film. We used Black Magic, which is the name of the camera that we were using, you know?
It's true. It's not a great name, but they do amazing things. So.
But we did 7 years of structure and style for students, and we did a university ready writing course, Introduction to Public Speaking. We also did our latest and greatest Teaching, Writing, Structure and Style 3rd edition, which we'll talk more about that a little bit later. But a lot of podcasts have been recorded now on video. This is our little podcast corner that Andrew and I every week do a podcast together. All right, you know. We don't actually meet together every Wednesday and do it then. We record several ahead of time just to get them done.
It could be a giveaway now that it's video because I'm wearing the same clothes.
Well, this is true. Yes, but now we have to be camera ready, which is sometimes kind of annoying. For those of you that are in the studio, I do have a few announcements for you. Thank you so much for letting me move you around a little bit. This really helps with the production. Braden, I'm just going to ask you to check with Michael and make sure everybody's happy. Meaning, you like what the
Not
with
these
this
people.
No, you guys. No, you are.
If the tech crew is happy.
The tech crew is happy. Yes.
You just have to be happy if you are or not.
You are actors in a performance, right? Here you are. So you've all signed this photo release. We will be using these videos. There are several reasons why we do this every year, and I thought it would be helpful for all of you to know why we do this every year. In July, first of all, it's for you to refresh you as you get ready for school. Maybe not refresh, maybe you've already been refreshing, But now, school starting in a couple weeks, are there some things that you could be learning, maybe however imperfectly, thinking about, which is one of Andrew's talks today. So we do that. It's for you. We also do this for those people that perhaps didn't get to a homeschool or a school convention this year. Here, we got one for you. And if you're here, we're charging you a little bit just to make sure you show up. That's the truth, because those of you that are online, I'm telling you, you're about 50-50 of whether or not you show up. But the people that are here, if you register, we're buying you lunch. And so that's what that money pays for. So thank you for showing up.
And you're giving them a gift certificate.
Oh, yes, and those that are here, those of you that are not here, that's okay.
You should have been here.
You should have been
from Indonesia next time.
Yeah, we got a $25 gift certificate. But for all of you who are here, we have free shipping. Oh, now, okay, Michael's giving me signs that I'm not supposed to care about. So they're free shipping, and you'll see those on the slides between break, what that free shipping code is. All of you receive that. All of you that are here, you have the opportunity to grab 3 of our magalogs. We call this Magalog. I have to explain this now, Andrew. The name Magalog came about 15 years ago, 19 years ago, when I first started. Andrew's like, these are magazines and catalogs. How about if we call them Magalogs?
Does anyone know the name of the name of a word that is a combination of 2 words? Portmanteau. It's a portmanteau.
Yeah.
But some people didn't get it because one person called our office and said, so what's with this Magalog stuff? Are you guys like Trump supporters?
I know, right? It's like, well.
I didn't take the call.
No, you didn't take
the
call.
If I had, I would have said, just go away. Don't buy anything.
Yeah.
You'll hate us forever,
We
I'm
try
sure.
to be politically neutral in all aspects.
We had the Magalog name.
That's what we were just.
Before anybody said MAGA.
Yeah. And maybe even before anybody was fired on The Apprentice. I mean, I don't know how far back that goes, right? Let's just talk about
Never
that.
watched it.
But I mention these because they are articles and our products, magazine catalog, but we have 2 different ones because we have one for schools and one for homeschools. Because we serve over 8,000 schools across the United States, some of which are here today. And so we are so grateful that we're back to our roots, because that's where this whole writing system came from the classroom in schools. And so there's some great articles in here. And if you happen to pick one up and you know a school teacher, that's part of the way that the word is getting out, is homeschoolers are saying, hey, it's not just for homeschoolers. Never was. And then, of course, our magnum opus magazine. You better talk about it while I clear my throat.
Okay, so which means great work in Latin. And I got this because Dr. Webster, who created the Structure and Style program many decades ago, he had this every year he was teaching, he would get every student to submit their best piece of writing, and then he would copy it off and make a book and put it in the library of the school. So every year the kids could go and look at the previous year's students and see what they wrote. And
Yeah, that's fine.
then
Where's
when
my
he
product? Oh,
became
never mind.
a
Remove my
university,
product.
his textbook was a collection of the papers of the previous year's prospective students. And then he would always say, if you want to get an A in this class, you have to write as good as last year's students or better. So it was this idea that every year you're just notching up the quality. So we continued the tradition of magnum opus with a little bit more modern, slicker, color, cool version of this.
And if you haven't picked one up, you can see that this is designed by a professional designer. We have got a couple of those on staff now.
Yeah, and it's all student writing.
This is all, yeah.
And it goes through the units, so Unit 3 stories, Unit 4 reports, Unit 5 writing from pictures, etc., and some poetry as well. And if you, Daniel, have a good piece of writing, you can submit into the magnum opus. Is that Fiona? Ilona. You can submit to the magnum opus and you will be published.
Yeah. published author. Oh.
Borderline.
Okay, there's a couple other announcements I need to make, and then I've got to tell you some really exciting news before you come up. Oh, you can go off stage now. Thank you. So, obedience. Okay, so we're going to practice something here. All of you at home can just go get a cup of coffee. We're going to start in 5 minutes. We're going to practice something here. As I said, this is a production. And so what we're going to practice is when Andrew walks on, you need to clap. And then when he stands at the podium, you need to stop, sort of. But just smile and clap. That's what we're looking for. And so I'm going to pretend like I'm Andrew. I need to stand a little bit taller. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, we're going to walk up. Hi, Sarah. Glad to see you here. So I'm going to walk up as I cross in front of the TV. I want you to start clapping and keep clapping until I get here. Okay, we'll try. See how you do. We might only have to practice this once. All right. I think a little bit more, Yeah,
applause. When I walk on, it'll be better.
Okay, sounds good. Well, how about that? Amanda, can you bring me my hat? And can you also bring me SSS 2C? It's over there.
And you all thought those were free drink coupons. Sorry.
And Jamie, do I have any gift certificates?
Oh, SSS? What did she
Can
want?
you find out from Jessica if I do?
Oh, I don't know what you wanted.
No. I need 2C. It's a binder.
Oh.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. Actually, bring them both up. Sorry. Yeah, they're a little slippery.
Oh.
See if I can cover everything.
How's my hair?
And of course, just as a reminder, those of you that are here in the studio, we will have a break after this session. So if you need to use the restroom and you need to take a phone call and you need to do all those things, please just wait, because 4 cameras will wonder, I wonder who that person was that just left. So please just save yourself the embarrassment. And also, please, if you haven't done so already, you can put your phones on silent airplane mode. I think we want them off. Braden, do we want the phones off?
Yes.
That boss says off. Okay, so I love this little hat. We use it for lots of things now. Right now we're going to draw a number out of the hat and we're going to play that game. But this hat was actually sitting on the table when we shot Structure and Style for Students Year 2, Level C. And we did a whole spiel on P.T. Barnum. And so this is the P.T. Barnum hat, which is very fun. So if you've not gone as high as 2C yet, please do it. We had a lot of fun making this one. It was probably it's one of the most advanced courses that we have. Sometimes people think IEW is not for high schoolers either, but this 2C definitely demonstrates that. So we're going to talk about 1C probably a little bit later. So, and then I just brought this one up here. This is 3B. We were actually hoping we could do a 3C, but then we wound up doing university ready writing so we could have 3CPO. When the schools put in their POs and they wanted 3C on it. But we decided not to do a 3C. Instead, we did university ready writing. But I love this one. If you've not done 3B, this is actually one of my very favorite ones. We kind of have a thread of mysteries in there. We write about the Loch Ness Monster and cryptids and unsolved mysteries. And also there's a section on here on poetry and writing poetry, which is very fun. So that's SSS 3B. But back to our winners. So we have 2 winners, and the winners that we have today, we'll do this before every session. At the beginning of every session, I'll draw a name, and then at the very end of the very last session, we have a very special prize that we're giving away. So stick around to the very end. I'm doing one for those of you that are in the audience and one for those of you at home. So 2 prizes. So first of all, the one in the studio audience, I'm going to read the numbers. You ready? Get your handy dandy ticket out. 1.
Give me about
You all have 1. 5. Oh, you all have 5. 7, 2, 5, 0. Yay, we have a winner in the studio. Give her a hand. Congratulations. Okay, well, remember to come up and see Amanda afterwards. And then our studio audience, I'm going to reach into this hat and grab the name Shannon Pitts. So Shannon, congratulations to you. You have a $100 gift certificate from IEW. And before I introduce Andrew, which needs no introduction, oh, can you go get me that really fun book that we're going to be giving away? Andrew is doing a talk. His next talk that he's giving today is However Imperfectly, and we actually compiled all of his articles. The feature article is However Imperfectly, and I think, Andrew, this was your favorite article to write because we didn't give you a word count limit. Oftentimes we say, and you have 1,200 words, go. And he's like, but it's 1,700. This one, no limit. And so everyone who's here today, we have a book for you. Everyone who's here online, you will see a coupon code where you can order a book. And I happen to know the guy that has his name on here is around somewhere. So if you wanted to, you could get his autograph if he's got time for that. So that's what I have to share. So I don't know that I have anything else to say other than please welcome Andrew Pudewa.
And then can we have you and you switch?
I have notes in keywords.
Recording 3, 2, 1, slate.
I always wanted to do that, but they never let me.
Next session. C8. Thank you. Perfect.
I tried to do that once, but I put my finger on the color strip, and I was informed that that damages the perfection of the colors. So, never again. But, we ready? Well, welcome. I am so grateful that you are able to join me today. And this first talk is entitled, However Imperfectly, Lessons Learned from 30 Years of Teaching. And I wrote this talk when I had thought, I have been teaching for approximately 30 years. What have I learned? And I've come up with 7 things. So if you are an enumerator or a note taker, you like to know where we are in the list of those 7 things, and I will try to keep track. I don't believe there's any particular hierarchical value or import here, but I will start with the first thing that I learned as I came into my adult life of teaching children. And this began when I was just starting to teach other people's children violin. I was a violin and kinder music teacher for about the first 15 years of my adult life, full time. And one of my violin students' parents gave me a book. And I'm always a little nervous when people give you a book. It's like, here, you need to read this. So you think, well, what's my defect? But I did read the book. It was a small volume, which was good because I like small books. It's more likely I will read them. And this one was entitled, Dumbing Us Down, The Hidden Curriculum of Compulsory Education. And I started to read this book, and I got kind of excited as I was reading it because I was at this point in life where I was all grown up, I had a couple kids, I'm working all the time, trying to do my best, and I just came up against this horrible reality that I was tremendously uneducated. That I had somehow gone through school and years of school and more life, and I was all grown up, but I realized I know almost nothing about everything. And I was kind of wondering, how did this happen? How did I grow up and become so stupid? So when I read this book, I was kind of excited because I realized, aha, this may be part of the reason why I'm all grown up and still stupid. Now, the book by John Taylor Gatto, do any of you know John Taylor Gatto? You've heard of him? If I raise my hand and you have agreement, you can raise your hands too. Edit out that. John Taylor Gatto, any of you know John Taylor Gatto? Okay, so he's a fascinating man. He taught 8th grade English in Brooklyn, New York for 17 years. He was the New York State Teacher of the Year twice, New York City Teacher of the Year, many other awards and commendations. And on the last receiving of his award, he gave a little speech wherein he said that the only way I could be Teacher of the Year is not only to break every rule in your system. I've done things that are actually illegal, like sneak kids out of school during the middle of the day so they could go have meaningful experiences. What every 8th grader needs more than anything else in the world is exactly what schools are contrived to prevent. The whole system is completely disordered and dysfunctional, and I think I'm going to quit. Which was probably good timing for Mr. Gatto, given that speech, but he wrote it into an article for the Wall Street Journal called "I Quit, I Think," and it went viral before there was even an internet for things to go viral. He immediately was booked up with years of speaking engagements, and he wrote this little book, Dumbing Us Down, The Hidden Curriculum of Compulsory Education, wherein he goes basically into kind of the history of how modern education came to be. And I had an opportunity to meet Mr. Gatto at a conference, early O's, I would say, in Edmonton, of all places. And I listened to him speak. I was very excited. I actually got to speak with him personally for about an hour. And he had just released a bigger, thicker book called An Underground History of American Education. And that one is much bigger, but it's still worth reading. They're both worth reading because the first point I have for you here is that it is hard not for us to do to our students what was done to us, right? The number one influence on us as teachers is our own experience of being taught. And so we kind of think, well, of course, that's what you do. You do it just the way we experienced it with, desks and rows and grades and grade levels and, books that have numbers on the cover, and you follow all these rules. And what we don't really realize is that this is a very modern thing. Nothing like this existed more than about 150 years ago. And he goes into great detail about how modern education was kind of instituted at the same time as the Industrial Revolution came to exist, or came to our world, and that the whole purpose of education shifted very significantly during that time. Rather than being what we would perhaps call a more classical approach that was based on humanities and developing the human person and becoming a good human being, it shifted towards being able to have everyone kind of do the same thing in the same way, according to the same schedule, so that you would get the same results. And this is what we would call standardized education. And it was brought in kind of by the modern industrial Enlightenment philosophy. It was financed, and he goes into great detail on this side, by the big industrial money. So if you go today to Columbia Teachers College in New York, or the University of Chicago School of Education, where John Dewey set up shop, you will see the benefactors of modern education on the walls: Ford, Carnegie, Rockefeller, Mellon. And in fact, John D. Rockefeller put more money into education than really anyone ever has, at least up to that point. And their goal was to kind of create this predictable, controllable, obedient population of factory workers, voters, and consumers who would do and vote and buy exactly what you tell them to. And then you give people a couple false choices, you know, Republican, Democrat, Pepsi, Coke, and they have the illusion of, of freedom, and yet the standardization of the model was very, very clear. And it took some time, decades in fact, to make the shift. And in a lot of places, parents, teachers, they did not like this kind of industrial model, this modern education. But after a few generations, everybody who is from before is dead, and everybody who is alive came through the model, and it self-perpetuates. And so a lot of the things that we have in our schools today are the result of this institution that came in the late 18 and early 1900s. And so we, unfortunately, kind of have this automatic default to, we should do things the way they've always been done. The problem is we don't necessarily have a chance to think, was what was done to me even a good thing? And so when I read this book, and I read it to my wife, and we both read it, and we both talked about it, and we thought, wow, this is amazing. Perhaps part of what we're wrestling with in this whole problem of education is that the system itself maybe is not optimal for developing the human person. Maybe it's not optimal for individualizing education for our children. Maybe it's not an optimal approach to educating people for the world that we live in. And of course, now we see that we've kind of moved out of industrial age into a different age, and yet we still have this kind of, everybody does the same thing in the same way, according to the same model. You hop on in kindergarten or first grade, they attach stuff to you, and then stamp, ready for the workforce. And so then, of course, my wife and I, our whole question was, well, how do we do something other than what was done to us? And she would probably admit that she's almost doubly handicapped because not only did she go to school through 12th grade, as I did, public schools, she has a degree in elementary education from a public university. So she's got 4 extra years of this is the way that everything must be. And I feel that reading books like Dumbing Us Down, Underground History, and other books in these categories of trying to explain how this modern education came to be are very helpful, because we kind of need to be whacked up on the side of the head so we can wake up and say, okay, break the Jello mold. Is there a different way to educate children than what was done to us? Then, of course, the question be, if there is, what would that be? And how do we find it for our family and our teaching? We kind of ultimately ended up in what you might call the classical education world. And some people will say, well, what's classical education? My good friend Martin likes to say, well, classical education is education before there was modern education, the way people did it for many, many centuries. But so that's kind of where we got to, and that was the first lesson that I learned in teaching my children and other people's children, was I need to figure out how to not just default and do to them what was done to me without being able to ask the question, was that the best thing that could have been done in my life? So there you have it, point number 1. It's hard not to do to your students what was done to you, because that is the number one influence on our teaching. The second thing I discovered is that in teaching, the process is way more important than the product. The experience that children are having as they are learning is way more important than what they produce. Now, we do live in a rather, I might call it, rabidly capitalistic modern world where everything kind of gets judged by the product, right? What gets measured is what gets done, right? And this whole idea that came out of the industrial model works for the manufacturing of widgets quite well, but children are not widgets. Consequently, it doesn't work quite so well to judge everything on the product. And we tend to be very attached to the product because not only do we judge our students that way, we even tend to judge ourselves. Like, if our students have produced a good product, then we must be a good teacher. So we get very attached to the product. Now, there's a movie which I strongly recommend you watch the first 6 minutes of the movie. You may be familiar with this movie. It's mostly about fly fishing and alcoholism, and Brad Pitt dies. So you might want to see it. I don't know. I didn't find it particularly engaging, except for the first 6 minutes. And the first little bit is so good, if you had to, you should just pay whatever you need to just to watch 6 minutes of it. It is, of course, A River Runs Through It, which is it's the movie based on the autobiography of the American writer, professor, and literary critic Norman Maclean. So it's about him and his life growing up in the early 1900s in a very rural part of Montana, he and his brother. And they're basically being homeschooled by their very taciturn Scottish Presbyterian minister father, who, at the beginning of the movie, is teaching young 10-year-old or so Norman writing. So, beginning of the movie, you see this little boy sitting there writing something at his little desk, and he picks up his paper and he brings it into his father's study, and his very taciturn, somewhat stern-looking father is sitting there behind his big desk, and the little boy slides the paper across the desk, and his father takes the paper, makes a few marks on it, slides it back across the desk, and says, "Again, shorter." So he goes back to his little table and he writes this thing again. He then brings it into his father's study, slides it across the desk. His father makes a few marks on it, slides it back, and says, "Again, shorter." So he kind of rolls his eyes and goes back to his little table and writes this thing a third time, brings it into his father. His father reads it, slides it back across the desk, and says, "Good, now throw it away." So the little boy grabs his paper, crumbles it into a ball, makes a 2-pointer, and grabs his fishing pole, runs out the front door. His mother shouts out the window, "Norman, wait for your brother." And his little brother grabs his fishing pole, and they run off into the Montana wilderness there and do fly fishing, and then the movie just goes downhill from there. But as I describe this, or if you've seen it, a lot of people, especially homeschool moms, will kind of cringe at that moment when the father says, "Now throw it away." Because you would think, by our modern way of thinking, what does that communicate to this poor child? That you don't value his efforts? That he didn't do a good job? That somehow you're not, couldn't we just keep it? Shouldn't we just keep it and put it in a portfolio to prove that we did something? Throw it away. It seems very harsh, doesn't it? But there's 2 lessons that we learn from this. One is the lesson that the father is teaching the son. And that is this: your effort today is sufficient. You have done this, and you have improved a little bit, but you are not finished. We will do this again tomorrow and the next day, and maybe someday you will write something worth keeping. But today is not that day, so throw it away. And it seems a little harsh by our modern standard, but the boy obviously was happy. He was happy he hit the basket, the trash basket, and he was happy to be free and go fly fishing for the rest of the day. The lesson for us as teachers is that we have to not be terribly attached to the artifact, the thing that we have at the moment that represents whatever we did, because we're just in the process and we're not finished with this process yet. And when you think about it, the writing of a 10-year-old boy, objectively, unless you have a total prodigy, is worthless. You're going to throw it away anyway. So why not just get rid of it now and save yourself the file cabinet space, right? But we have that feeling of being attached to the artifact. So that's one aspect of this process over product. And I do think that this is kind of radical. It kind of threatens our way of thinking, because we want to be able to quantify and analyze and prove everything. But for children, that's not significant. They're just in this process. Another aspect of this is that I've come to believe is that how a child learns something is more important than what they learn. Now, I'm all in favor of a curriculum that has good quality things to learn, and I do agree that there's a certain set of things that everyone should learn, kind of a core knowledge idea that we all share, but that is less important than the experience that we're having as we are learning this. I will give you a little example from my work with teenagers and them learning something. So one day I came into my home. I had an office in an outbuilding on a property. I came into my home, and in my kitchen were 4 teenage girls, all about 13 to 16, 17 maybe. 4 teenage girls eating my chips and my guacamole, having a heated discussion about whether admitting Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia into the NATO alliance would alienate Russia and thereby degrade Russian-American relations. This is back in like 2003 or something, 2004. And I remember thinking, this is an odd thing to be happening, right? That you've got 4 teenage girls in this heated discussion on their own time about this very obscure bit of politics that most people wouldn't even be able to think about at all. How did this happen? Well, I'll tell you what happened is they were all part of our speech and debate club. So these 4 girls were on in a debate club, and the policy debate resolution for the year was that NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, should be significantly reformed or abolished. And so all these kids were spending all their spare time researching about NATO and who was in NATO and who liked it and who didn't like it and what you could do to make it better and whether it was worth having or not and what would happen if. And they're having this big level of research. And so these girls were so deep into this that right there, on their own time, were discussing this obscure bit of geopolitical, historical, economic questions. And I thought, this is very odd, because what would you normally expect if you had 4 teenage girls in your kitchen eating your chips and your guacamole talking? Yeah, not that, right? And so that was kind of my first glimpse into this phenomenon that what you are learning is not as significant as how you are learning it. They were highly motivated to study and learn and discuss and understand this obscure thing because they wanted to win in competitive debate rounds, right? And so they were highly motivated. Now, what happens when you do this is you end up going deep into this thing, right? And I've seen this year after year after year as I was helping to coach the debate teams. They would go deep into this thing that was pretty much too obscure to be really relevant in a larger context. But yet, as they were going deep into it, they learned a lot more than they would have if you just gave them a few paragraphs in a textbook about this thing. And they were learning to think about it. And as you go deep into something, what do you learn? Well, you learn the history of it. You learn the economics of it. You learn the geopolitics of it. You learn the science of it. You learn all the subjects as you go deep into this thing. And yes, you generally forget most of that information eventually, but the action of learning is teaching you how to go deep into something. And so this would be the second subpoint under process over product. The process of learning is more important than what you learn because it shapes your cognitive function for the rest of your life. A third thing under this heading of process over product, this happened to me. One of my good friends, Andrew Kern, was staying at my house, and we were eating breakfast, and we were talking about how young children, like 6, 7 years old, can memorize poems and not have a clue what they mean, right? And so we're talking about this, and we're both okay with this idea that they can memorize a poem and not really understand it. And then he said something to me that kind of shocked me. He said, well, you know, understanding is highly overrated. And I thought, wait a minute, isn't that the goal? Like to understand everything? Understanding is highly overrated. And so kind of thought about that. And over the years, I've come to realize that anything worth learning is probably something that you will not understand fully anyway, right? Shakespeare, for example, is it worth learning? Yes. Do you understand everything? I doubt it. I certainly don't, and I've been playing with Shakespeare for 3 decades, right? Anything that is really worth going into deep is going to be hard to fully understand. It reminds me of the joke Mark Twain told about the Bible. Have you heard this one? Mark Twain said, it's not the things in the Bible that I don't understand that I worry about. It's the things that are perfectly clear which cause me concern. And so again and again, I have found myself with students not understanding everything. They don't understand everything, but that doesn't mean it's not worth digging into. And I finally came to the conclusion that anything worth digging into is probably something that you will never understand perfectly anyway. Which brings me to the fourth sub-point here under process over product. And this is from a quote by one of my favorite authors, G.K. Chesterton. Anyone Chesterton fans out there? There should be more of you. So put that on your reading list and get some Chesterton and start with the Father Brown Mysteries if you need to. But Chesterton is said to have said, anything worth doing is worth doing badly. I've also heard people quote this, anything worth doing is worth doing poorly. Now, I don't think what he was saying is that we should go out and do things badly or poorly, right? I think what he was saying is that if it's worth doing imperfectly, right? We're not going to be perfect at it. And I think about all my years of teaching, and my primary training is in music, right? I taught violin and early childhood music, and I've taught a lot of stuff. I've tried to teach stuff like geometry, I've tried to coach debate teams, I've tried to teach Shakespeare, I've tried to teach Latin, and I've taught Latin very badly. But that doesn't mean it wasn't worth doing. Actually, I've taught Shakespeare badly. I know I taught geometry badly. I'm pretty sure I taught music. I even teach writing badly. I'm pretty sure that everything I have tried to teach, I have taught imperfectly. But because it's worth doing, it's worth doing, however imperfectly. And so this prioritizing of process over product is something that is still, it's kind of not, it doesn't fit well with our modern educational approach, which wants to put in information, test the output of information, test, all these things like, problem solving and critical thinking and all these things that are kind of fuzzy, and we want to somehow test all this stuff, and we lose the awareness or the attentiveness to the experience that children are having as they are learning. So that's point number 2. All right, moving on to point number 3. Now, when I say this, you are going to say, duh, because it's so obvious to everyone, and yet our modern education system is not equipped to handle this very obvious thing. Are you ready? All kids are different. Right? It doesn't take very long to figure this out. All you need to do is spend a little bit of time with a few children, and you quickly realize they are all different. And yet, our modern system generally tries to treat them as though they are the same, especially if they happen to be born within a particular time period. Then we label them immediately. You are in nth grade, and these are all the things that you do in nth grade, and then next year, when you're a year older, you will be in the next nth grade, and here's all the things that you will do, and if you do them exactly the way they're set up, you will have a better experience because your report card will look better. And so we try to kind of do, everyone do the same thing in the same way, according to the same process, and we should get the same result. And yet, every one of us knows that all kids are different. And if you teach in a school and you have a classroom of children, even if they were all born on exactly the same day, you would discover 2, 3, 4 grade levels of difference in their reading aptitude, their math, their writing, their art, right? They're different, very, very different. So many years ago, I was invited to do a keynote talk at a conference in North Carolina that was very specifically for special needs homeschooling. Okay, so everybody there had a special needs homeschooled kid. And on one extreme, there was kind of the mildly dyslexic, mildly autistic, right? And on the other end was Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, severe autism, like the whole spectrum. And in this keynote talk, I said to everyone in the room, I said, if everyone had a brain-injured child in their home, they would be better, right? If you had a brain-injured child in your home, you'd be a better parent, you'd be a better sibling, you'd be a better teacher, you'd be a better administrator, you'd be a better politician. Everyone would be a better person if they had a brain-injured children in their home. Why? Well, 2 reasons. Number 1, and this is kind of obvious, you would have a level of compassion that isn't normal in daily life, because you would have someone who clearly needs a lot more. And so you would be giving a lot more. You would be loving a lot more. And I've seen this because I worked for 3 years at the Institutes for the Achievement of Human Potential, and that's all we did was teach programs for the treatment of brain-injured children to parents. That's what I did for 3 years. And you see it. You see the compassion, the love, the sincerity, the deep, deep level of caring, even that siblings have for their brain-injured sibling. The other reason that you would be better is because if you had this clearly brain-injured child in your home, you would immediately disconnect from the idea that because this child is a certain age, they should have certain skills, ability, or knowledge, right? So here's the good news. If you have a child in your home, you do have a brain-injured child. Like, they're all brain-injured, right? We're all brain-injured because on one end of the spectrum, you have neurologically flawless. On the other end of the spectrum, you have comatose. Everybody is somewhere in between, right? It's just a matter of location and degree. And once you get this, the kids are actually all different, you can be freed up from the idea that because this child is a certain age, they have to be in a certain grade, and because they're in a certain grade, they have to be doing certain things, and if they do that, then they're okay. But if they're not doing that, oh no. What happens? I have moms will come up to me at a homeschool convention or something, and they'll say something like this, well, you know, we started homeschooling a year ago, and I'm a little worried about my son because I think he's behind, right? I've never had anyone walk up to me and say, I'm a little worried about my son. I think he's ahead, right? Nobody cares about that. But oh no, he's behind. My response, behind whom? Behind whom? Like, who are you comparing this child with? Some perfect fifth grader out there? Or some average of all kids who are approximately 10 years old? Or some standardized test that someone who doesn't even have children tried to create to measure children? Right? Like, how are you constructing this comparison? And one of the problems of when we compare human beings with other human beings is it becomes disordered very quickly, right? There's really only two things that can happen when you compare yourself with other people, right? Pride or bitterness, right? And that's why we finally grow up enough to realize it's stupid to do this, right? We don't walk around and say, oh no, that guy's stronger, that person's better, that person makes more money, this person's smarter. No. What are we trying to do? We're just trying to be the best version of ourselves. We're trying to be the best that we can be. And that's a much more natural condition. And yet even so, it's hard for people in the modern world, in part because they came through an education system that is fundamentally disordered in that it requires us to compare our children with other children based on age. I am primarily a music teacher. That is my only real training is in music and music education. I have no degree in English. I have no degree in education, right? Which I suppose makes me particularly well qualified to travel the world and do teacher training in English composition. But I think it's a huge advantage. In fact, I think the whole world would be a better place if all teachers were music teachers first. Why? Well, okay, there's a few things that I never did, nor did I have to do as a music teacher. The first thing is, I never compared them based on age. It wouldn't have even made sense to me to say, well, you know, Billy's 10 years old and Sally's 10 years old, and Billy's on the second piece in book 3, but Sally's only on the third piece in book 2, so Billy is ahead of Sally. That wouldn't even enter my mind because it just doesn't make sense to me, right? There's so many variables, right? There's neurology, there's home environment, there's, you know, amount of effort and practice that gets put in, there's basic attentiveness, there's personality, there's God-given aptitude, right? Actually, the only thing I cared about was that all of my students, wherever they were in the repertoire, played whatever they played well. That's the only thing that mattered, not age or where they were in the sequence or anything like that. So that's the first thing that a music teacher doesn't have to do is compare children based on age. The other thing that I never did that wouldn't have made sense to me at all was to give grades. You know, your A, B, C, D, F, like where did that even come from? Trivia, in case you want to know. The Prussians invented it for their military. and the first grade system that came in with those letter grades, and we still don't know why there's no E, right? A, B, C, D, F. What happened there? Might be a language thing, but anyway, it was how fast they could take apart and put back together a gun, right? And that somehow made it into the Prussian education system, which was the great influence on our modern American, and then we exported to the rest of the world, Western world, this education system with grades. But what am I going to do as a music teacher? Sit there at the recital and give grades? Oh, missed that C natural, A minus. Oh, really screwed up that rhythm, B plus. Ha! Major memory lapse, C. Like, why would I even begin to think that way, right? I wouldn't. Now, I might take notes for myself, but that would be so that I would know what to teach the next time I would have the student and an opportunity to help guide them to improving, right? So the only thing that really matters is where you are in relation to yourself, right? Are you getting a little bit better regularly? Are you learning? Are you growing? And it doesn't matter at all where other people are in that process or in that sequence. And yet we've been trapped into this world of, oh no, my kid's in 8th grade and they have to do these books that have a number on the cover, and if they do okay, that's good, and if they're too fast, we better slow them down so they don't get too far ahead, because that's a problem. But oh no, if they're behind, now we really have to fix this. And so our whole educational system is basically about trying to fix the fact that all kids are different. And they're always going to be different. And if we can get this deep into our thinking, into our understanding of the nature of what it is to be human, we will be better teachers. All right, number 4. Progressive education isn't. Have you ever noticed the word progressive? Actually comes from the word progress. So you would think, if you were just an innocent person, that something that is labeled progressive should be progress over whatever came before it. But that's just hijacking a word. Because we're really now in the point of saying, well, progressive, what does that even mean? It actually only means new. And so we've fallen into the fallacy that because something is new, it therefore must be better than what previously existed. Now, in 1990, how many years ago was that? 36, good math, thank you. In 1990, 36 years ago, Myra Linden and Arthur Wimby wrote a book called Why Johnny Can't Write. This was part of the Why Johnny Can't Do Anything Anymore series, right? Why Johnny Can't Write. And in that book, they documented, using primary sources, Carnegie Institute research, that the writing skills of high school graduates had been, that's the pluperfect tense for those of you who study Latin, had been in continuous decline for 20 years. That was in 1990. So 50 some years ago. I don't know anyone who's going to argue that the writing skills of high school students has improved since 1990, do you? So we have over 50 years of continuous decline of writing, and I would say therefore thinking skills of high school graduates. Well, what's happened? Well, what happened was things got a little worse, and so people came in and said, we need a new thing, right? So they tried that for a while, and things didn't get better. So what do you need? Another new thing. They tried that for a while, and so things didn't improve. So what do you need? Another new thing, right? Whereas what might make more sense would be to say, well, what were we doing in education before things started to get worse? Like, go back and say, well, what did we used to do when things were better? But no, There's no money in that, right? The commercial drive, the economic engine is to buy the new thing. And so what we see then is kind of this double edge now, double attack on basic skills. And so we pretty much know universally that not only writing, but reading and basic math skills have been in continuous decline for a long time. What has driven this? Number one is this modern progressive idea that you have to have a new math, you have to have a new reading, you have to have a new way of teaching things, right? And this in part has been driven by technology as well, because that's where the money is. If you want to make money in technology and you can sell something to schools to hopefully solve their problem, that's going to be a big driver, marketing to schools, right? And so what we see then is this push. It was originally this push to get more STEM into schools, then it was a push to get screens into schools, and now it's a push to get AI into schools, right? But nobody's been able to stop, well, some people have, but the whole institution itself hasn't been really able to say, hold on, is this actually making things better? Because we just assume if it's progressive, it's progress. So that is the lesson, that progressive does not equal progress. It simply means new. And it's part of a fallacy that all new things are better than what came before. All you have to do is study a little bit of history to discover that new does not always mean better. I'm reading a book right now that's set in Germany in 1933. And it's very clear that a huge percent of this population were very much duped into a particular political and belief system that clearly was not better, but it was new. And it's very attractive that way, isn't it? So, all right, point number 5. Okay, I really intensely dislike this idiom. Are you ready? It just pains me to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. College and career readiness isn't. Have you heard this idea, college and career readiness? Do you know where I first saw it? I'll tell you. In a charming little document called Test Specifications for the Redesigned SAT, Registered Trademark. That's where I believe it kind of first appeared, at least in a bigger way. And so everybody's now, we have to have college and career readiness. So what do? We create a test, and then that test will force all the high school teachers to teach to the test. And that is going to get everybody ready for college or career. Okay, what's the problem here? Okay, let's do a little thought experiment, if you'll help me with this. I want you to, for a moment, pretend that you are either a person who has to teach high school graduates, or in some form of higher learning, or you are a person who has to hire and train and supervise high school graduates. Maybe you do fall into this category, but if you don't, just pretend for a moment. Would you please just shout out some things that you would like these high school graduates to have when they get to you? Just shout out. Diligence. Communication. Showing up on time. Sometimes the bar is pretty low. What else? Cleanliness.
Yeah, honesty.
Integrity. Motivation. People skills. Being teachable. Dress appropriately. Okay, so now all those things that you said, are these things that could be put on a test and worked into a curriculum that could be force taught in a high school? No. Almost all of these things have nothing to do with curriculum in that sense, and everything to do with character. And where is that primarily developed? In the home. And, you know, to some degree, a really good teacher, like John Taylor Gatto types, right? Who can break the mold and treat people as individuals and help them grow in a distinctly human way, right? But for the most part, those aren't things that you can just memorize and answer test questions with. And so what we see then is kind of this idea that, that somehow the institution, College Board, textbook publishers, schools, teachers, now software and education software creators are somehow going to develop these skills, which are really the ones that get you ready for learning in a higher education environment, learning, you know, being engaged, being interested, pursuing that, or working in an environment where those are the skills that are needed. I know a lot of people who run businesses, right? I have a lot of friends, and I will tell you that most everyone will say you can teach people the things they need to know to do a job, but you can't teach these already formed adults the character, qualities, the people skills, the integrity that makes that a good employee, that makes that person someone you want to have on your team. And so I do believe that we need to understand how hard it is to develop these things through educational pedagogy and curricular materials, right? It's really a human-to-human transference. And this is one of the things that disturbs me the most deeply about the bringing in of your AI and your robots into classrooms with children, because they are not human. They cannot be human. They will never be human. They may be efficient at the transmission of information, but that's not what the education of humans is really about. And we'll talk more about that, of course, later this afternoon. All right, number 6. Okay, this is maybe the hardest of them all. And that is, this came from a friend of mine who wrote and spoke a lot a couple decades ago, Oliver DeMille. And he had a little talk on the 7 keys of great teaching. And one of these 7 keys of great teaching is this, and it's painful, so steel yourself. Teaching is actually about you, not them. You, not them. We tend to be very reactive to children, right? Right? You get some children, you think, oh no, we have children. What are we going to do? We have to educate them, right? And so we react and we look at that and say that's what education is all about, right? But what I have discovered, and many times the hard way, is that it's much more about you as a teacher than it is about their situation, right? And here's the kind of core idea here. Teaching is the overflow from the soul of the teacher to the soul of the student. Now, to overflow, what does that mean? You have to be full. You have to be full up to overflow to your students. And so this, I think, unfortunately, is hard to do in our world where we are very, very busy. Don't you find it ironic that we have more technology than any civilization that we know about ever in all of history, and yet we are more busy with things that make us busy than anybody ever has been? And, you know, if you're homeschooling, you've got so many things you're trying to juggle and balance. And if you're teaching in a school, it's almost, I think it is worse, because you've got all sorts of planning and paperwork and accountability and IEPs and things that you have to be constantly distracted by. So it's hard in our world today to fill yourself up. But I have noticed in my teaching, if I am full, if I am in good condition, I teach better than if I am drained, if I am not in good condition. And so what does that mean? How do we do that? Well, one thing that I believe is we really need to take some time to take care of ourselves. Now, I don't like the term self-care because it's connected with a bunch of kind of modern psychology and it goes in a weird direction a lot of the time. But it's not a bad concept to take care of yourself. And how do you do that? Well, you have to sleep. That's hard in our modern world because we all watch screens until 10 minutes before we fall asleep and then we don't sleep well, right? We have to eat well so that we have good nutrition coming into our body to fuel our energy levels in our mind, right? We have to get good exercise. If we don't move our bodies, they start to get sluggish, our brain gets sluggish, and we're not the best that we could be. And we have to be intellectually full. We have to fill our minds and our hearts with good and true and beautiful things. We need to listen to beautiful music to nourish our soul. We need to read beautiful language to nourish our mind. We need to contemplate beauty to bring it into ourselves. And if we can be full of good and true and beautiful things, then we can overflow to our students. And they can then experience that coming from us. I know for a fact there have been days where I was teaching and I was not in good condition. I had not slept well, I had not eaten well, I was not exercising regularly, I was distracted, I had a lot of stuff I wanted to do, and I had this group of kids coming, and I was going to teach them 3 or 4 classes, and I just got through the day, and I remember one time in particular thinking, you know, these kids might be better off if I had just let them go outside and play ultimate frisbee or soccer for 5 hours. Or do whatever they want. Just play. Just like have a normal day. Rather than sit in my classroom with me slogging through everything. Now, I don't know for a fact, but I had that thought. I was not in good condition. This was not a good experience for me or for them. So I began over time to be a little more attentive to being in good condition in order to be the best possible teacher that I could be. And I will be the first to confess, and I'm sure most of you would agree, that is hard to do in our modern world because we live in a toxic world. We eat toxic food, we breathe toxic air, we bathe in toxic water, we have toxicity coming through every screen all the time. We live in toxic EMF environments, like everything is against our humanity, which means we have to work doubly hard to cultivate our humanity. So, how might that work? I don't know, you have to carve out time. If you're teaching in a school, that's why they give you summer, right? Summer isn't particularly helpful for children who forget most of their math over the 2.5 months they don't go and reinforce how to divide fractions, right? But if we didn't have summer, teachers would have no chance to recover, right? If you're at home and you're a mom or a dad, it may be that you need to take a mini sabbatical. Now, I really like that concept of sabbatical, don't you? Like every 7th year, you don't have to teach anybody anything. You just get to go read whatever you want to and recover, right? That's the old idea of the sabbatical. You can't necessarily do that in our world today, especially if you're teaching, in a grade school or you're homeschooling. But you can take mini sabbaticals, right? Now, how might that work? Well, very possibly, you wake up in the morning and you say to yourself, I am not in good condition today. Therefore, I should not bother teaching anybody. Now, if you have to go to work at school, it's not going to work so well. You might have to do this on a Saturday. But you may just decide that you're not going to, and you just make yourself a cup of tea or coffee, whatever. Just be sure you don't put too much chemicals in your drink, right? And then you get a book. Maybe it's a book you picked up and put down, or a book you always wanted to read, or a short little book, or a short story, or poems. And then you just read and sip your tea. Now, your children will be confused by this, right? And they will come over and say, Mom, what are you doing? And you will say, I'm reading. Leave me alone. They will say, well, what are we supposed to do? And you will say, I really don't care. Well, what are you reading? You wouldn't be interested. Leave me alone. Well, are we supposed to do school or something? You can if you want to. Well, what are we supposed to do? I really don't care. Just keep the baby alive and leave me alone. And turn the tables on them, right? And that might be the best thing you could do in a day, right? Because they might get bored. And that might be the best possible thing that could happen to them, right? This is one little side point I will make here, and that is that every child born into the world today just breathes in and absorbs and holds on to a belief that they have a right to be constantly entertained. And this is a product of modernism, and I'm old enough to remember boredom, right? And I remember the consequences of saying, I'm bored, which was you now had a very long list of toilets to scrub and kitchens to clean and weeds to pull, and, right? So I never, ever said to my parents, I'm bored, or this is boring, right? Because the consequences were worse than the boredom. But what happened when you were bored? You had to do something, or else you would die of boredom. Do you remember being young and thinking, I could actually die of this boredom? So what'd you do? Well, you'd find something to read, you'd find something to make, you'd find something to do, you'd go off into an imaginary world. I think our children today would actually benefit from more boredom. So do not fall into the belief they will foist upon you, because they've been breathing it in since they were born, that somehow they have a right to be constantly entertained. And that might be the best thing that could happen, right? There's another one of the DeMille's keys of great teaching, which was inspire, not require. Right? That is a very hard thing to do. It is easy to say, do this or suffer some negative consequence, right? But unfortunately, most of us came through our whole experience of education under that precept, that idea. Like, I have to do this or else there will be a negative consequence. I remember very clearly, 9th grade, had to take biology, right? Why? Well, if you don't take biology, you can't graduate from high school. Furthermore, if you don't get a good grade in biology, this will bring down your GPA. And if your GPA is too low, you might not get into a good college. In fact, you might not get into college at all, which means the best you're ever going to do in life is assistant manager at Denny's, eking out some kind of, poverty-stricken existence. And that's why you study biology. Can you relate? Okay, so I studied biology. I have a transcript with a letter on it to prove, right? But I guarantee you, I never knew any biology. I was completely uninterested. There was no engagement level. The teacher struck me as being the most boring human being I had ever met in my life. And I was blessed with a memory that was good enough to hold a little bit of my biology in my brain long enough to pass a test, at which point I could forget everything. And I did that all year. And I guarantee you, a month after that year, I knew absolutely no biology, except that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. But any biology I know right now, I learned as an adult because there was some application to my interests or to my work in some way. So what happens is when you require learning, you get the appearance of learning, right? The inspire part is harder, right? Because what do you have to do? You have to fill yourself up and overflow. And that overflowing gives enthusiasm, right? Which is a spirit. That is something an AI robot in a classroom will never, ever be able to accomplish because it has no soul to overflow. And so this idea of inspire, not require, it's hard because we all came through that system that essentially was designed on the requiring everything. And that's why you should do it. All right, last point. This one I learned little by little over years. I am still learning this. And it's really kind of an offshoot of this inspire, not require. But that is very simply the core fundamental principle of teaching is love. And you know this. If you had a teacher and you felt loved by that teacher, you wanted to learn from that teacher, right? I discovered this very early in my teaching, that if a student came in, and so I'm teaching violin, mostly individual students, but some groups, but if a student came in and that student knew that I loved him or her, right? Everything went better. Everything went better. But when you are a 26-year-old violin teacher and you have a 13-year-old girl walking in for a violin lesson, you don't say, "Hey, sweetie, I'm so glad you're here because I love you so much." No. And if it's a boy, you don't even think that thought, right? So you have to find other ways to communicate, to flow love into the students. So I discovered 2 secret weapons. Actually, these are just 2 sides of the coin. The coin is the currency. The coin is the currency of love. And here's 2 sides I discovered that help communicate that. The first one is very simple, and that is just the power of a smile. I discovered early on that if you smile at someone, it tells them, I am happy to be here with you. It is good to be here with you. And if you smile at someone long enough and hard enough, they will eventually smile back at you, no matter how crabby they are, because at some point they'll just crack up and laugh, realizing how hard they're trying not to smile. A smile is a universal human word that says it is good for us to be together. And in my early days, I used to, true confessions here, practice smiling. Really, I literally did. I would go into a mirror and I would look at the mirror and I would try various smiling techniques. And then I would go try them out on students. It worked. I don't do that anymore because I now have a fully developed repertoire of smiling technique. The other thing I discovered, and I learned this from my teacher, Dr. Suzuki, you've probably heard of the idea, but with a twist. Have you ever heard of the idea of the emotional gas tank or the emotional bank account? And the idea is that when you have to correct someone, it takes a little bit of a toll, a little bit of a drain on the spirit. right? You've experienced this. If someone has to correct you, it's kind of hard. It's not pleasant. And maybe you know you need correction, but it's a little draining, right? One of the problems of teaching violin is that as soon as someone picks up a violin, they're doing everything wrong. It is a process of continuous correction. And you have to be very careful that you don't fall into that, because then pretty soon it's really unpleasant. And you don't want to do it anymore, and you quit. And then the poor violin teacher has to go find a new student to replace the income. So I discovered that there is a way to do this, but my teacher, Dr. Suzuki, had a little twist on it. I don't like the gas tank, because what do we do with our car? We fill it up so we can drain it out. The bank account is better, especially if you can fill it up and live off the interest, right? And that was Suzuki's idea. Fill it up so much that when you have to make a withdrawal by making a correction, you still have the principal. Now, I was in Japan during the Carter years, so inflation was a big problem, and interest rates were very high, like in the 12 to 14% zone. I think when I bought our first house, it was like 14% interest. So don't worry, we'll get there, I'm sure. But, so I came back from Japan thinking interest, bank, 10%, that's an easy calculation. I'm gonna say 10 positive things before I make the first correction, right? And so girl walks in, hey, thanks for being on time. I'm so glad when students get here on time. It makes my life go better, and I know how hard it is for my kids to get my wife anywhere on time, so thank you, right? Oh, that's a cute outfit you've got on. I don't know if it's cute. I don't even know what colors they are, honestly, but what I do know is that 13-year-old girl spent half an hour or more trying to figure out what to wear. I'm just affirming, right? Hey, your violin's clean. That's good. It's good to keep your violin wiped down and polished up. I don't know if she polished it or cleaned it. Maybe she didn't touch it for a whole week. I don't know, but it is clean. So I'm not saying false praise. I'm just fine. I'm saying find positive things. And I got really good at this. In fact, for the first, 9 months or so when I came back from Japan, I would count on my fingers and say 10 positive things before I would make the first correction. And so I got kind of good at this. Now, finish up with one little story, because this changed my life probably more than any single thing that I can remember from all of my years of teaching and parenting. I was living in northern Idaho at the time, and I was in the Spokane airport, and my family was dropping me off at the airport. I was going to fly to Boise and be gone for a week. This is back in the days where I would fly to a city, teach kids for 4 days, teach the adults for 2 days, and then fly home. So I was going to be gone for a week. And my little daughter Fiona, she was the middle of all of our kids, and she was, I think, about 8 years old at the time. And she was the daddy's girl of all the girls. She and I were just like this. And she's ready, I'm ready to leave, and she just lost it. She's just started crying, Daddy, I miss you so much when you're gone. Do you really have to leave again? And I'm just, my father's heart is ripped out. Yes, I do. This is how I support our family, and I have a commitment to all these people. And then I thought, wait a minute, Spokane, Boise, this is a cheap ticket. I made a quick phone call. I said to her, do you want to come with me? Really? Yeah, we'll just buy a ticket right here at the airport. You get on the airplane, we'll fly, you can come to Boise with me for the week. Really? Mom was kind of like, but I said, no, it's fine. We'll go to Walmart and buy some underwear and a toothbrush. I'm not totally incompetent here. So I did. I took her to Boise, and I was doing the first day of the writing class, and she sat over on the edge, and she was the youngest kid in the group. And she didn't do very much reading and writing at that age. She was very young. And so I don't even know what she did, right? She maybe copied half the keyword outline for the whole 2.5 hours. I don't know. I was very busy helping other people's children. But anyway, so the class was over, and then she went with this other family that I had arranged that she could hang out with them while I was teaching. I taught the 2 more classes. I drove and picked her up. We're driving back to the hotel about 5:30, and I said to her, "So, how'd you like the writing class today?" And she said, just like this, "Oh, Daddy, it was just wonderful." And I thought, I am good. And then she said a thing that changed my life. She said, "Daddy, how come you're not like that at home?" And I realized how easy it is for me to be unconditionally supportive, unconditionally enthusiastic, unconditionally appreciative of other people's children's efforts, and how easy it is to forget to be that way with my own kids. Because when we're at home, it's like, yeah, you love me, I love you. We know this. So when you get to work, we have stuff to do. And from that day on, I really tried to make a very conscious effort to get nose to nose with every one of my kids as often as possible and say something. Have I told you recently how grateful I am for how hard you work? Have I told you I'm so thankful for how you work to make our family a better family? I'm so grateful for what you do for our family. Just stuff like that. So I learned, I don't know, the hard way or the easy way, that really I know how to be a really super enthusiastic, supportive, appreciative teacher, and how easy it is to forget to be that way at home. And I think it helped me. So those are my 7 points. I hope that has been helpful or useful, or at least entertaining to some degree. And we will conclude this talk and take a little break and come back for another presentation in a short time. Thank you very much.
Stay there, we have to clap you out, boss.
Oh.
Oh, I'll tell you later.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait?
He said it, so slap.
Oh.
Okay, all right. All right, so that's it, thank you.
Okay.
Got your mic.
I thought he said wait.
So did I.
Yeah.
Yes, late, wait. Okay, so it is 10:30-ish. We're gonna come back here in 15 minutes. Remember, those of you, we're gonna put the slides back up for those of you that are at home, so you can see our promotional code to get your copy of However Imperfectly for free if you're here in the studio. We have them here for you today. And come back in here at 10:44, because that's when I'm doing the drawing for the next winner for the next session. See you then. Have a good break. And then those of you at home, I have a winner, and it is Caitlin Atkinson. So congratulations to Caitlin. So I'm gonna let you grab that. Just showing, I asked Braden, we've got so many people that are working kind of behind the scenes. Of course, you've seen Amanda. She's our production assistant today. She's doing the clapping and the color correction. And then you see Braden at the back table there. He's actually running these slides. And for those of you at home, maybe I should have you come up and show yourself, but yeah, I think we should. Those of you at home want to see Braden, right? So Braden is one of our video editors. He's actually, it's killing me. He's going back to school in the fall for his law degree. So we're really grateful for Braden. And Braden actually does all the editing for our podcast. Do you know, how many of you listen to our podcast? Wow, that's exciting. So he's the guy that makes us look good and sound good. Now look good, right? Yeah. Oh, and actually, fun fact, actually kind of a scary thing, but we fixed it. We inadvertently post letters from the mailbag. We put that up on Wednesday. We had to take it down. Is that back up yet?
No.
Okay, it's going to be back up again because it was only up there for just a few hours, and then it's down. It's totally down because Andrew's reading letters from students, and he's holding the envelopes that the letters came from. Oops. So any creepy stalker dude, so we're going to make sure Andrew doesn't have the envelopes in the future, make your job easier. So thank you, Braden, for your help today. And then a few other people. Thank you. Yes, let's give him a hand for all he does. Law school, come on. Who needs another lawyer? That's what I want to know. And then we've got Jamie also at the back table. Really happy to have Renee and Abby here today, who are going to be providing us lunch, for those of you that are in the studio. And then I mentioned earlier, my son Michael is running the camera, so what you're seeing in the back. Ohayou gozaimasu, yes. And then, who am I forgetting? There's some people at home that are on chats. Tina, who lives in Tennessee. We have some of our customer service team is remote.
Stephanie's on.
Oh, and Stephanie, who is our new director of marketing, who wants to make sure we look good. We're trying, Stephanie. So she also happens to be my daughter-in-law, which is really exciting to keep in the family. I want to mention something. I am, of course, chief marketing officer. I'm a little bit biased about what it is you should buy. Andrew said earlier today, high school students, why Johnny can't write. Do you think that high school students are any better today than they were before? I leaned over to Braden and said, well, if they're using IEW, they are, right? So, but I did have to laugh because we actually built into, how many of you are familiar with our Fix It Grammar program? Yes, I can see some of you actually know it. I grabbed this level. This is level 3. The reason I grabbed this is because it has a river on here. So what we did, he's going to know exactly where I'm going with this. Oh, you homeschool moms out there. This is what we did just for you. And actually, I kind of love this. So there are 5 parts to Fix It Grammar. One is learn it. Students, that doesn't mean skip it. It actually says learn it. So every week you have a learn it. Then you have a read it, mark it, fix it, and then rewrite it. So that's the 5th one, is rewriting it. So down on the bottom, when you fix it, then you rewrite it down below. And day after day, you're rewriting a story. And this one, of course, is Robin Hood. And this is Robin Hood and Little John and how they encounter one another on a log. So little by little, your students are putting together this story. So there's a little bit of wonder that's happening there. But then, this is what we did. At the very end, we put this right here, directions of how you can take this to a teacher supply store and have them cut it right here. and you take off all the extraneous pages, and what you wind up with is an artifact of your students' handwriting and their story throughout the year, which hopefully their handwriting should improve throughout the year. So you could throw away part of it, but don't throw away all of it. If you want to, entirely optional. I also want to just mention, I did talk about the University Ready Writing course, and this is kind of our 3C course. So if you've got high school students that are interested in what university papers are like, this is that course. They're actually writing actual university level papers. But we also include, because we're IEW and we're cool like that, some exceptionally fun and unique ways of taking notes in class. This is what your students should have learned in high school. Maybe they didn't. We will help them with that. And one of the things that Andrew teaches is this stick and branch method of taking notes. And he shows the students how to do this based on lectures. So we have one of our staff members at that time give a lecture on the history of the organ. Someone else comes in and does a lecture, just kind of reads the story of the boy who cried wolf and how it's different from a keyword outline versus the stick and branch. And then I come in and teach students how to do well on an interview. And some of those soft skills we were talking about, I tell students, this is what you need to be building in your lives right now so that you can do well on an interview. And Andrew's taking notes on the board. So it's kind of that academic and life skills type of course. So University Ready Writing, I do recommend it. We have some great content in there. This talk is full, ready, exact. We actually did this one last year and we didn't quite get it right, so it's a little bit of a redo. All right, there was only one thing that Andrew's like, oh, I forgot to say this, let's redo it. So we're redoing it, and it's worth it to get it done, however imperfectly, and now perhaps more perfectly, right? We're ready and exact. So, do we want to welcome him or slate, or what do we want to do, in what order?
Slate, color, and then welcome him.
Okay, so come on up, then you got to leave.
I'll mute your mic.
Okay.
Slate.
I know that. I know.
I'm just leaving. I just don't want you to.
Oh. Okay.
Do you need notes? Do you want me to provide them for you?
Well, welcome back. We are a little behind schedule, but we will catch it right up and have lunch on time. I have learned you have to hit lunch on time or people start to get a little antsy. What?
We're going to do that again, and we're not going to talk about lunch or any breaks or anything like
Well, you can cut it whenever you want.
Yeah,
That's
this
why we
just
pay
makes it
these people the big money.
We are paying them big money.
So a few years ago, we at IEW had to make a decision about buying a very, very, very large and expensive printing machine. And in the process of deciding and organizing this, I was asked to talk to the National Credit Manager for Hewlett-Packard. This would be the guy who would decide whether we were worthy of loaning really a lot of money to buy this really expensive machine. And I'm talking to him on the phone, and he had some questions about, the financials and that kind of thing. And then he asked me a couple questions, and I wished I'd been a little bit better prepared for these questions. But he asked me, now with the kind of advent of everything and screens in classrooms and everything, all textbooks pretty much being now electronically delivered and that we just live in a different time, do you really think that people are still going to want to buy paper to learn reading and writing and stuff? So I kind of answered that the best that I could. And then he said, kind of on the side of that, well, also with the advent of AI and the fact that, these AI chat things can write better than most people, do you really think there's still going to be a market for teaching writing in the modern world? And so I kind of answered that, and I must not have done a great job because Hewlett-Packard declined to finance the machine, so we had to go through other finance means. But we did get it, and it is rolling, and it is quite a sight to see. It's one of these things where you load a huge thing of paper on, and it goes through, and then the other machine punches it and chops it and stacks it, and you have a book ready to bind. And this one machine will do about 7 times the volume that 4 of our previous machines could do. So we have a lot more production capacity. But I kept thinking about his questions, and this talk is the answer I would have given him if I had been better prepared and he had been willing to listen for an hour. The title is Full, Ready, and Exact. And this comes from a quote from Francis Bacon in his essay On Studies, which I highly recommend. It's part of a whole collection of fill in the blank things that he wrote in a collection of essays, but on studies. And in that in that essay, he starts out and he makes this statement: reading maketh, and you have to say maketh, because Francis Bacon, Shakespearean English and all that, he actually wrote it in Latin, but we'll still say maketh because it sounds cool. Reading maketh a full man, conference maketh a ready man, and writing maketh an exact man. And so I'd like to unpack this a little bit and help us understand the very great significance of being full, of being ready, and of being exact, and in a more practical way, how we can design our life for our students, our curriculum to some degree, the way we interact with them to help them develop these skills of reading and speaking and writing. And by extension, I believe that will create better thinking. So reading, let us consider this idea that reading maketh a full man. Where do we get our language from? Right? When we're born, we come into the world and we start hearing language, and of course it's a different language depending on where we live. Sometimes even in one country we hear things a little differently with accents and idioms and things like that. But we're essentially furnishing the mind with the language that we're going to be able to use in our speaking and writing forever. And so this idea that there's kind of a difference between everyday, colloquial, what we might call accidental language, the things that we hear people say, and then the more formal language of literature, of written language. And many years ago, I was working in some public schools, and I was trying to help the teachers in various school districts around the country with the writing problem. Because in the first decade of the 2000s, That feels so weird to say. But there was quite an emphasis around 03, 04, 05, 06. Schools were concerned about writing. It seemed to be that there was this new energy, and a lot of districts had some kind of testing, some kind of benchmarks or standardized ways of measuring writing. And so I'd come in with our structure and style, and I'd teach it to all the teachers. And I kind of realized these teachers have a big problem, and that is what they're trying to do is get out of the brain of these kids and onto paper reliably correct and appropriately sophisticated language. And I had this flash one day. I thought, you can't get something out of a brain that isn't in there to begin with, right? You don't get Chinese out of a brain that doesn't have Chinese. You don't get physics out of a brain that doesn't have physics. So you won't get reliably correct and appropriately sophisticated language out of a brain that doesn't have a good database of reliably correct and appropriately sophisticated language. And this got me thinking, maybe these teachers who are working so hard on this writing stuff, no matter how good your system is, you can't get something out that isn't in there to begin with. So maybe we should attend to the input as well. So I started to think, well, where do most kids get most of their language from on a daily basis? So at that time, statistically, I kind of did an informal research. What would you guess is the number one source of language coming into kids' brains on a daily basis? Yeah, back then it would have been TV. And I know that's hard for you to believe because you and I and many of us kind of do things differently. But at that time, the average amount of television being watched by the average school student in America was 25 hours a week, according to the Parents Television Council. That is an incredible amount of time, is it not? And it's particularly frightening because that's an average, which means there must be some people who are watching more than 25 hours a week, because I was doing my best to bring down the average by letting my kids watch almost zero. But if you thought that's a huge influence, okay, would a television provide for children a source of reliably correct and appropriately sophisticated English? No, you're all shaking your heads no, because it's pretty obvious. And if you're not sure, well, you could just try a little experiment and turn on a TV. Don't look at it, but just listen to the level of vocabulary, the complexity of syntax, the correctness of it, and you would realize that it's actually the exact opposite. It's reliably unsophisticated and frequently incorrect. And I thought, wow, that's rough for these teachers I'm trying to help in these schools, and these kids are watching average 25 hours a week. So that's not going to provide for them the database of language, the vocabulary, the syntax and grammar, the fluency, the beauty of language that we want to get out of them on paper so they can do their benchmark tests and all that. So I thought, well, but that's not the only. What would be the number two source of language coming into kids' brains on a daily basis? Yeah, statistically, it would be peers, right? And that would be especially true if the children spent a lot of their time in a age-segregated classroom environment. Okay, so you would ask the same question. Do peers provide for students a source of reliably correct and appropriately sophisticated? No, actually, it's kind of the opposite, isn't it? It's reliably unsophisticated, frequently incorrect, and if you're not sure, you could just try a little experiment. Get half a dozen 9-year-old girls in one room together and spy on them. And what you would notice is that they very quickly kind of sink down to the lowest common level of vocabulary and sophistication and complexity and ideation. And I thought, well, okay, that's not great, but there are other sources of language. What would you guess would be statistically the number three influence?
Family.
Yeah, family. I think we would say parents, and by extension, other busy adults, with the operative word being busy. Because I don't know about you, but I am very busy. I have always been very busy. I don't even remember not being very busy. And I fear that if you had attached a little recording device to me and recorded me as I was interacting with my children throughout the days over the years, much of what would have come out of my mouth would not qualify as sophisticated or reliably correct. Much of it would have sounded like this. What do you mean you can't find your shoes? You get your shoes and you get them on and you get in the car. We're going to be late. Now move. Or, I'm sorry, you're going to have that math finished or you're not going to eat ever. And even when I was in a good mood, it's like, hey, keep going. You're doing a really good job there. Keep going with that. I got to go over here and do something very important. I'll check back on you later. And I actually used to try harder than most people because I kind of had this idyllic vision of dinner with the family where we were going to sit down and have a conversation over the dinner table. But generally what would happen is things would interfere with that. The milk would spill, and then you had to argue about who was going to clean it up, or someone here has to have an argument about, well, you got all the broccoli heads and I got all the broccoli stems, and I don't like broccoli stems as much as I like broccoli heads, so I demand that you trade me some of your broccoli heads for some of these broccoli stems. And I'm just sitting there thinking, it's just broccoli, just eat it. And then, whoever finishes wants to be excused because they have to go do something very important. And pretty soon the whole family's gone. I'm sitting there all alone, eating the leftovers, which I should not have been doing, wondering, where's the family? What happened here? And in this modern world, it's just seemed really a lot harder than perhaps in previous generations to just be together in a room with your family, talking about stuff with adults injecting what we want, that reliably correct and sophisticated language. So I thought, well, that's rough because maybe I'm even trying harder than some, and there's a lot of kids out there, and both parents are working, and they're working long hours, and they're moving their kids from here to there, and they're getting home, and they're exhausted at the end of the day, and they eat food, they turn on the television, they go to sleep and do it again the next day and the next day. I thought, wow, that's rough, because I've kind of wiped out now the top 3 influences as being a good source of high quality language coming in and furnishing the mind. And then we would get to the 4th, and what would that probably be? Books, sure. And so you would think that if kids read books, they would be getting a source of higher quality vocabulary and grammar and syntax and elegance of language and all that. And I noticed that kids over the decades are just reading less than they used to. And that's just kind of a universal thing. And while teachers are kind of really pushing it, read, just read more, right? Even the quality of the stuff they're giving kids to read has been in decline. And I thought, okay, this is kind of a problem for me as the writing teacher who's trying to help the teachers get the good stuff out of the brain. So I wanted to talk about reading and kind of maybe change a little bit of your concept, because we tend to look at reading as looking at letters and words and decoding and saying it to yourself and hearing what you say to yourself and knowing what that means. But it's also a case where some kids don't do that very well because of dyslexia or difficulties neurologically. And so I kind of got on this belief that if what you really want is a good writer 20 years from now, one of, if not the most important thing that you can do every day with young children is read to them, to read aloud to them. And I think I grew up maybe at kind of the end of the bedtime story culture. My parents would read to us. And I remember my father or my mother, they would read me a bedtime story almost every day. And so I had this in my life, and it did two things. It brought higher quality of language into my mind, into my brain, from a pretty young age, and it also caused in me a love of story, a love of literature. And so as I grew up and was able to read on my own, I wanted to read more. But I think it's very difficult to find the time to read aloud to children in a quantity that's going to furnish their mind sufficiently to make up for the deficient modern language world that we all live in. And I think possibly it's even harder now because I had a television, but we didn't have, can you believe it? No internet when I was your age. So we didn't have ubiquitous screens. We didn't have this constant drawing of the screen, the attraction of the screen. We didn't have this constant entertainment capability. And my parents wisely, strictly limited the amount of television. So I was, when I was bored, of course, as you know, I would never say I was bored. I was kind of forced to go to the bookshelf to not die of boredom. And my bookshelf was equipped with the World Book Encyclopedia, the Lord of the Rings, the complete fairy tales, the Andrew Lang edited blue fairy tale book, yellow fairy tale book, all that, and a few other miscellaneous things. And what's interesting is I don't remember a single book that we read in school, but I remember reading the stuff on my bookshelf. I also had a very large collection of back issues of National Geographic. And so that was what I would do, and I'd pull off an encyclopedia and just leaf through it, look for something interesting, and read and learn. And I believe that language-rich environment of parents reading aloud to me, and then my reading to not die of boredom, was really what equipped me with the vocabulary, the sophistication of language that allowed me to kind of grow up and be someone who teaches people how to write. And so I would stress this idea that reading can be reading with your eyes, but it can also be reading with your ears, right? Not everybody reads with their eyes. Blind people, for example, sometimes learn to read with their fingers, Braille, right? And so if you expand your idea of reading to getting high quality language into the brain, then you can understand the power of that. And in a way, hearing sophisticated language is in some ways even better than reading it on your own, because I notice that kids, and I'm sure I did this too, you're reading along, see a word you don't know, what do? Skip it, right? You don't really need to know how to say that word or what it means in order to get the story. And so I've noticed that kids who read a lot will often have the habit of skipping words, skipping idioms, phrases that they don't understand, sometimes skipping whole chunks of a book. I remember I was reading The Fellowship of the Ring to my family one time, and one of my kids, a teenager, she said, "Dad, would you just skip that part?" This is Tolkien. Why do you want me to skip it? Well, because it's not necessary. You don't need this. You can skip huge chunks of Tolkien and still get the story. So when you're reading on your own, there's a slightly different thing that happens as to when you're hearing the language. The other thing I noticed, and I think in part this has been promoted by some teachers who will say things to parents like, don't read to them anymore. They can read on their own, make them do it themselves. And I get the logic of that, right? But I have come to firmly believe that you should never stop reading aloud to children at a level slightly above their own decoding skills, right? So they may be able to read a certain book when they're 10, 11, 12, 13 years old, but you can read to them at a level above what they could read on their own, thereby bringing into their world, into their mind, into their consciousness, vocabulary, idioms, allusions, things that they wouldn't be able to get just on their own. And this is, by the way, according to the American Library Association, the number one predictor of adults who like to read is having been read to as children. So I would just encourage everyone, whether you're a parent, a homeschooling parent, a teacher in a school, take the time to read aloud to children, because this will do something for them that they may not get in any other way. Now, when you're a little bit older, if you have the discipline and you're reading along and you see a word you don't know, well, you could get a dictionary and look it up. Although that's awfully tedious. It's a rare case where I meet a child who even knows how to use a dictionary these days. Their default is ask your phone, right? Which, okay, that's technology, whatever. But there's that move from I'll skip it to, oh, that's a word or something I don't know. I want to understand it, and then go and learn about that. So when I was reading to my children, I had a dictionary, a paper one, and then I would come across a place. So I'd get the encyclopedia, or I'd get the Globe, and I would have a stack of encyclopedias and dictionary and a Globe all sitting there, and I'd be reading along, and I would stop and say, ha, here's a word I bet we don't know. Let's look it up. Oh, here's a place. Where is that place? And find out. Oh, here's a person in this story. Were they a real person? Let's find out. And that's called learning. That's called cultivating comprehension, right? That's actually how you create reading comprehension in children, is you read to them a level above their own decoding and define and discuss things as you go through. But so many of us either don't have the time in schools or in homes, or we don't make the time to do that the way I believe pretty much all parents used to do in the previous age. It is pretty hard to use a word that you do not know, right? And even if you do know the word, you may not be able to use it unless it's familiar enough. And how does it become familiar? Through repetition, through understanding, through practice, right? And so this furnishing of the mind through books, through reading, through being read to, through the auditory assimilation of language, then you learn not just the word, but a more nuanced understanding of the meaning of the word, how to pronounce it, how it fits into a sentence. And if you read things that are a little bit older, right? Somewhere maybe around 100 years old, or even older than that, you get a more sophisticated, complex, varied syntax, a grammar that you just don't bump into in daily conversation. And so this idea of reading maketh the full man, that's going to equip us and our children to use a higher level of vocabulary. And this relationship between vocabulary and imagination and expression is very clear to me now. Maybe you've had this experience, but you walk in, you get a little group of kids, and you give them some little prompt like, write about your dog. And so they write, my dog is named Rita, and she is a really, really awesome dog. And I really, really like my dog because she is really awesome and fun. And I really love playing with my super awesome, fun dog. And that's it. That's all they can say. In part, the problem is they just don't have the words handy to say any more than that. And so we at IEW, one of the things that we're constantly working on, whether it's our grammar program, whether it's our structure and style writing materials, is always building in opportunity for them to be exposed to and to use in some way a higher level of vocabulary. Because, in truth, you can't really think a thought, at least in a concrete, communicable way, if you don't have the words to think it in. And we know that, and depending on what research you look at, the vocabulary of the average American has been shrinking pretty consistently for almost 100 years, maybe more. And we see now this is one of the biggest problems is kids see words, they don't know what they mean, they hear words, they don't know what they mean, and so they're not really getting the benefit of whatever they are reading or listening to. And so this reading furnishing the mind, that's fundamental to this problem of writing better. So, reading maketh the full child, man, woman, any of us, right? Now, the next one is speaking, right? Or as Bacon said, conference. But when we're talking about conference, I would simplify that into speaking, and there's lots of different forms of speaking. So we'll go through some of these ways that we can cultivate the use of the vocabulary that's been acquired in speaking. And it's very, very valuable and very important because I'm sure you've all had this experience. You read a word, you kind of know what it means, you get the gist of it, but it hasn't entered into your active vocabulary. You don't necessarily have the capacity to use that word, to apply it appropriately, to say or write something more precisely. And that's why I would start with this speaking with memorized language. Memorized language. And that can be really anything, but for the most part, poetry is the place to start. You can also do scripture if you're so inclined, or excerpts from famous speeches, or any beautiful language you can memorize and practice saying it or reciting it. And what's interesting to note is that, probably 100 or a little more years ago, children were responsible for huge chunks of memorized repertoire. In fact, if you have, there's an expression that you would have heard if you have read books or watched movies like Little House on the Prairie, Anne of Green Gables, Laddie, Little Britches, right? Almost in all of these books about children in the 1800s, you'd encounter this expression, I have to go to school and say my lessons. Have you heard that? Say my lessons. No one in our modern world would ever use that expression because we don't do that anymore. Right? We go to school and take a multiple guess test on a screen to prove if we understood something. Right? And we have that kind of default. But children, even as young as 6 or 7 years old, were responsible for huge chunks of memorized poetry or scripture or famous speeches. And that would continue all through. In fact, I think if you went back as early as, say, the end of the 19th century, late 1800s, almost every 7th or 8th grade student in the whole country would have memorized Longfellow poem. They would have memorized possibly the Gettysburg Address, certainly the preamble to the Constitution, and maybe the first bit of the Declaration of Independence. That this was normal, that people could memorize all these things. You would be very hard-pressed to find anyone doing that in a school today. But my experience is that children are very, very apt toward memory. And when they memorize language, it furnishes the mind and it helps move, and this is the key, it helps move words from the passive vocabulary, i.e. I can see or hear that word and kind of know what it means, into the active vocabulary. I can say that word in an appropriate way, and now I have that available. I'll give you a small little example from my life. When I was young, we spent a lot of time on a sailboat because my father loved to sail. And so we would go, we lived in Southern California, and we'd sail over to Catalina Island off the coast of Los Angeles. And we would stay in our boat there for a night or 2 nights or 3 nights or 5 nights. My father got more vacation time as I got older, and so we were very often on this boat. And one of the great things about spending a lot of time on a sailboat over at Catalina Island is there is nothing to do. There is no television. There wasn't even radio to listen to. And during the day, you could swim, you could spearfish, you could build sandcastles, you could go hiking. But in the evenings, there was nothing to do. Except my parents would read stories, read books, and they read poems. So my sister and I, in our little bunks in the front, would be, trying to go to sleep, and my father would read these poems. And he would read essentially the same poems, night after night, week after week, month after month, year after year. And so I couldn't not accidentally memorize poems because there was so much repetition. And so I accidentally memorized a few poems, and then I thought it's kind of cool to know poems. So I then, when I got to be old enough, probably 12 or so, I decided that I would memorize poems very intentionally. So I memorized a particular poem, and I want to tell it to you so you can see if you recognize it. Are you ready? Okay, it goes like this. Scintillate, scintillate, globule vivific. Fain would I ponder thy nature specific. Loftily poised in ether capacious, strongly resembling a gem carbonaceous. Do you recognize this? I'll sing it and then you'll recognize it. Scintillate, scintillate, globule vivific. Fain would I ponder thy nature specific. Loftily poised in ether capacious, strongly resembling a gem carbonaceous. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Okay, so some guy thought, oh, that's fun. Let's take that little nursery rhyme thing and change all the words and up the sophistication level and make it into a poem. I loved this poem so much. And what I noticed was that I now had a whole set of words that I had never really been able to know or use very well. And I could walk around saying to people things like fain and ponder and capacious and carbonaceous. I'm sure I was a very cocky little 12-year-old. But in retrospect, I realized that the memorizing of these poems was very significantly building the active vocabulary. And I could now use these words. They'd hop out of the poem into my brain, from my brain into whatever I was trying to say. And so it gave me this resource that I am profoundly grateful for. And I probably could regale you with half an hour of stories of how I have seen memorized language come out in the spoken or written communication of children. And if we go very far back into time, before there were books everywhere and everybody had access to basically cheap or free books, memory was highly valued. And so people would cultivate memory and consider it an asset to have memorized a lot of beautiful language. And so I would strongly encourage you in this direction of doing more memorization. Now, the word memorization kind of has a bad reputation in the modern world, right? You don't go into schools and hear very often anyone talking about the value of memorization. In fact, it would be possible, probably likely, that you could go into a school almost anywhere and find, a 30-year-old fifth grade teacher who has never even heard the idea, let alone know the tremendous value of her students memorizing poetry. Why? How did this happen? Well, we might trace it back to kind of misguided Deweyism, right? John Dewey had a tremendous influence on American education, and I don't disagree with everything he said, but his attitude about memorization was kind of, at best, it's a waste of time, and at worst, it stifles creativity. Education needs to be about exploration and discovery and self-expression and all that. And I don't disagree with all that, but in marginalizing that action of memorized language, he kind of brought in this whole attitude that it's not worth doing, and so it's been lost. And I think that's kind of a very sad thing. But the word memorization is kind of mechanical in a way. And my mother was a music teacher. She taught piano and voice my whole life. And I don't think she ever used the word memorize. She never said, now that you know your piece, you have to memorize it. No. What did she say? She said, now that you can play it, you must learn it by heart. Have you heard that expression? To learn by heart. And what does that mean? It means that you've taken something into yourself in such a way that it lives inside of you. And not only do you have access to the words and the metaphors and the rhyme scheme and the rhythmic patterns that make language beautiful, it actually stimulates the imagination. I've had many experiences where I have read a poem, and there's one poem in particular, I've read this poem dozens, maybe hundreds of times, but I decided a few years ago to actually go through the technical hammering it into my brain and memorizing it. And it was very interesting because I noticed that as I was doing this, I had to create images that were much more vivid, much more powerful in my imagination to be able to memorize the poem and to recite it fluently and easily. And it's almost as though you create this movie in your mind, and then when you recite the poem, you replay the movie and the words are all attached to it. And I've been very fascinated with the relationship between memory and imagination. We know now from modern technology and fMRI scans and all that, if you ask someone to remember something, you get neural activity in parts of the brain, right? If you ask someone to imagine something, you get neural activity in the same part of the brain. That imagination and memory are hugely overlapping. And so if what we want is more better imagination, and by extension creativity, and by extension elegant use of language, and by extension problem solving and critical thinking, what you really want to attend to is the furnishing of the memory. And so memorized language does that in a way I don't think anything else does. I also had the huge benefit as a child of growing up playing the violin. And because I was trained in Suzuki method, one of the distinctives of Suzuki method is that you learn a piece, but after you learn the piece, you don't stop playing it. You play that piece while you learn another piece. And once you learn that piece, you don't stop playing those. You keep playing them while you learn another piece. And you keep learning pieces, but you maintain the memorized repertoire. And then it becomes deeper and more solidly ingrained. And so I have this vast array of memorized music, both from listening, but also from playing, and then memorized language. And so that's actually creating neural connections. It created in me neural connections that have lasted my whole life. And so that's why I designed a program with this catchy title, Linguistic Development Through Poetry Memorization. And it's essentially a Suzuki method for memorizing poetry, where you learn a poem, but you don't just recite it and then let it go. You keep reciting it often enough while you learn another poem, and keep recite that often enough while you learn another poem. And if you do this properly, probably not you, but maybe your kids, could memorize dozens, 100 poems and excerpts of famous speeches, and maintain that memorized repertoire. It's just phenomenally powerful. And so that's one area of speaking that I think we neglect, because it takes a little work, takes a lot of time, and we're always a little bit afraid to invest so much time in something because we're so busy and we have so many things we have to get done. And yet, I think that we would see a good value if we restored this discipline of memorized language. The second thing that having memorized language allows you to do is to recite it for people. And when you recite for people, that's kind of the first step into public speaking, right? So when you have to stand in front of a group of people, whether it's your family or your class or your friends or your enemies or whatever, you have to then have a little bit more certainty because the nervousness will kind of attack the memory to some degree. So you have to know what you're going to say even better when you have to stand in front of a group and present that thing. I was an assistant counselor at a summer camp one year, and I had a particular poem that I had memorized when I was younger, and so I would then, at the campfire time, recite some of these poems, and this one in particular, and then we did little skits. You know how you do skits at summer camp? And so I had all my little campers act out this particular poem, and it was such an asset. I heard in another interesting story, a family told me that their son had kind of resisted this idea of memorizing poems. He thought it was, not cool, and he didn't really like doing it, and he didn't really want to do it, but his mom made him do it anyway, right? So he went off to summer camp, and he discovered that he could recite poems around the campfire at summer camp. And a lot of the poems in our program are very boy-friendly, which would mean they have humor or violence or discussing things, or preferably all three. And he could entertain all the other kids at Boy Scout camp. So he came home from camp and goes, "Mom, I got to memorize some more poems this year." Because it was something that allowed him to share, right? And so he had this satisfaction. So memorizing poetry, reciting poetry is of huge, huge value when it comes to shifting those things from the passive vocabulary to the active vocabulary. Kind of the passive syntax, I can kind of understand that too. I can say that more complex structure, that more complex sentence or phrase or clause. Then, of course, we can move into how do we speak with something we haven't quite fully memorized. Now, many of you, I know, have done our writing program, and the structure and style in writing, as Dr. Webster designed it, we think of as a writing program. He actually wanted people to think of it, right, as a oral and written communication program, because built into it was talking from the keyword outline, right? So you know the system. You get a source text, and you read the sentence, and you copy the keywords, you read the next sentence, you choose and copy keywords, and then you have your little outline. You put the original away, and what are you supposed to do? Try to reconstruct sentences from those keywords. And so when I have seen kids do this, it's very interesting because it kind of forces their brain to now fill in the gaps between the key words to create complete sentences. And so this speaking from keyword outlines is something that any child can learn, every child can benefit from, and it provides a foundation for any other type of public speaking or advanced use of language from a verbal method that you want to use. So there you have that idea of keyword outlines as the second step. Then you can get into the point of writing your own speech, memorizing it, and delivering it. And that's the way people used to do speaking before teleprompters came into existence. And I think we have seen an almost continuous decline in the presentation skills of most of our politicians over the I don't know, half century or so, maybe more, that we've had this idea of teleprompters. And I would say, unfortunately, it's now rare to hear a very well-written and well-delivered speech by, say, a president of the United States, right? So the value of the formal language has kind of been lost, and unfortunately, the sophistication of thought is kind of being lost in our modern political arena. Whereas if we were to go back, even a couple thousand years ago, we would discover that people would write their speech, edit it, practice it, and then memorize it, and then deliver it. And that was regarded as an important aspect of being a public person or a leader, was the accurate communication of fully developed ideas upon which we have to make decisions that affect all of us. So if you go back, say, to the 5 canons, or the divisions of things that you had to learn in ancient rhetoric, it would be invention, what to say; arrangement, what order to say those things in; elocution, what words, phrases, clauses, and literary devices you would put into it, right? So those are the first 3, invention, arrangement, and elocution. But then there was memory and delivery. And so we see that the cultivation of memory was very valuable in that way as well when they're writing their own speeches. And to the degree that you have all that in your mind, that you furnished it well and have access to all of those language patterns, then in your regular conversation, in your regular interactions, you will speak at a higher level than the average people who don't do that. And this is, a very important skill. At least it was considered to be that way. Speaking well, right? I read a wonderful little book that I highly recommend to everyone called How to Think Like Shakespeare. It's not really about Shakespeare per se, it's about the Renaissance education that Shakespeare and his contemporaries had. And it included, of course, large chunks of memorized, beautiful language that had come before, and then the construction of your own language, and then the polished delivery of language. And that was a normal part of the education of all people in that time, and really was up until the 20th century, where it began to die out. The other thing that's interesting is that people in those days used to schedule times to have conversations, right? So we're going to get together and we're going to talk about this particular thing. And then people would prepare their thoughts. They would read a bit, they would talk to friends, they would come equipped to intelligently discuss some issue or circumstance or something going on in the world. And this was a form of recreation for those people in that Renaissance time period. I think it continued all the way up into the 19th century, where people would intentionally say, let's get together on Tuesday night, and after dinner we will talk about this thing. And I think very few of us have either the discipline or the aptitude to make that happen in our lives today. But there's no reason we couldn't. We just have to make an effort to do so. I have a good friend who I have had dinner with on many occasions, and traveling around and going to conferences, and we would get together and go to a restaurant or something. And he would always, kind of toward the beginning of dinner, say, I propose as a topic for conversation tonight, fill in the blank. And I always found that so delightful. Like, here's an intelligent person who's got an interesting thing, and he might help us stay on topic and really unpack something to greater depth than we would if we were just bouncing around from one thing to another the way we very often do in social environments. You can go one step further with this, and that would be moving into the world of debate, right? And again, this was something that people kind of used to do informally as a form of recreation, right? There's a very sweet little book by Louisa May Alcott, who wrote Little Women, but it's also about a little town called Harmony Village. It's very idealistic in a way. I don't know there's ever been children actually alive who did this, but it's a window. Maybe they were. I wasn't around back then, so I don't know. But it was very cute because the boys had their club and the girls had their club. And the girls, basically their club was about talking about and planning what we can do to help all the people in our village. Like, where's the widow? Where's the person who needs help? Who's got the project that we could help them with? And the boys would get together and debate stuff. And so they would, on their own time, not being guided or directed by adults, they would say, we're going to debate this question, and we're going to get together and have a little party, and it's going to be a debate. And so I think that carried over into, like I said, that 19th century in a way. And if you read this little book, I think it's called Jack and Jill, because it's the main characters are Jack and Jill, and Jack falls down the hill on a sled and injures himself. And so he's got to recover, and then the whole story kind of goes from there. So it's a very charming little book. But it shows that we could do this. One of the men who works for us here at IEW, he will tell stories about when his children were at home. They're all grown up now like mine are, but he said, we would do Friday night debate nights. And so we would divide the kids and the parents into a couple groups and give a resolution, some simple thing, not earth-shaking like the death penalty or something, but some other little thing like, should we go here or here for our vacation this year? And then each team would kind of come up with ideas, and then they would take turns presenting their reason, and then countering the reason, and presenting their reason, and countering the reason, and doing that. And so this can be worked in informally. And of course, if you're so inclined, the whole world of speech and debate still exists today. So you can join a debate club or a debate league, and you can go and do policy debate, or you can do Lincoln Douglas values debate. There's one group that does parliamentary debate. That's just kind of the way they maybe used to do it in England once upon a time. And it's really interesting for me to see what happens when kids have something they have to argue, and they have to go collect up the information. They have to organize the information. They practice with each other, and then they go into competition. And it's in that competition where the skills are really honed and refined in a very powerful way. And so I would encourage you to look into that if you're so inclined. There are debate leagues for the homeschoolers, the National Christian Forensics and Communication Association. There's another league called STOA, S-T-O-A, which isn't an acronym. It just means, I think it's a Greek word that means a porch in front of a public building where people would stand around and debate stuff. But there's STOA, and then there's the National Forensics League, not to be confused with the NFL, even though the abbreviation is the same. And these are all opportunities for kids in schools as well as homeschool to move into that world where these language skills are being refined at a very, very high level compared to the rest of the world. Most of us kind of go through life accidentally, and maybe we have a little argument, but we're not necessarily learning the art of argument, the art of presentation, which includes the art of listening to each other. That's another area we could talk about, would be just listening as a skill that many people don't seem to have a whole lot of in our modern world today. So, speaking. Now we get to writing. Writing maketh an exact man. I have listened to many talks by Jordan Peterson. Any of you Jordan Peterson people? And he uses a little statement I think is so beautiful. He says, writing is the distillation of thought. Writing is the distillation of thought. Now, when you think about the word distillation, what does that mean? It means removing the impurities so you're left over with the pure thing, right? The pure water or the pure alcohol or whatever you're doing, right? So we are constantly thinking all the time, right? We have words and ideas and images and chaos going on in our brain pretty much all the time. And if we just open our mouth and start spewing that out, it's pretty evident that we are just opening our mouth and spewing out our thoughts. In fact, I was listening to a teacher, true confessions here. I do sometimes watch TikTok videos. I know, you may wonder about me now, but I like to listen to TikTok videos by teachers because I'm very curious about what are they experiencing, right? And this one teacher said, in my classroom, the kids are always just talking all the time, but they're not saying anything, right? That they're just talking whatever's in their brain at the moment. And I have to try and teach them, talking is not thinking. It reminded me of what my father said to me probably at least 10,000 times in my childhood. Andy, think before you speak, right? Well, if it's important to think before you speak, how much more important it is to think before you write. And in the, I don't know, late 1900s, there came this kind of approach to teaching writing, which was just start writing whatever comes to you, right? Just flow your words on paper. Just don't worry about it too much. Just free write. And of course, this is connected with what I said in the last talk. The decline of writing skills has been pretty steady because they're not engaged in that activity of thinking, refining, and then expressing, distilling the thought. Now, how do we approach cultivating this? Let's back up a little bit and think about writing. If I say to you, write something, what has to happen before you can do that? Number one thing, you must find an idea. If there's no idea, there's nothing to write, and you're dead in the water with a blank page and the blank brain, or you just start writing whatever garbage has floating around at that very moment. But that's not going to get us to where we want to be, right? So we have to find an idea. Now, ideas can pre-exist in a few different forms. One distinction would be this. Ideas can pre-exist in the memory and imagination, or they can pre-exist in a more immediate fashion, in a more immediate way. I'll give you an example. If I said to you, please write about the last trip you took with your family somewhere, I'm asking you to go into your memory and imagination and grab that stuff, affix words to it, and then combine those words in a way that somewhat represents what's in your memory and imagination from your own experience, right? On the other hand, I could say to you, please write about the room you are in right now. In which case you could kind of look around and say, well, there's lights, there's cameras, there's screens, there's all this stuff. And so you'd have stuff right there that you could write down and comment on, right? Which is easier? Memory and imagination, or something more immediate? Yeah, for the most part, immediate. Another distinction would be this. Ideas can pre-exist in words, or they can pre-exist primarily in sensory impressions. I'll give you an example. If I said to you, please write about your dog or your cat or the pet you wish you had, right? I'm asking you to kind of go into memory and muster up these sensory impressions, find words and attach it to that, and then express that in a way that represents the sensory experience you have with your dog, right? On the other hand, if I said, please write your favorite Bible story or Aesop fable, that would be different, wouldn't it? Because that came to you in words. So now you've got words to work with to retell it. So what we have discovered in these decades of teaching writing is that the easiest place to start is to start with something that is immediate and comes to you in words. And that's why we use source text and keyword outlines at the beginning of our 9 units for everybody, regardless of age, because it's easier. And then you move from there. But let's back up a little bit. Okay, you find an idea, right? So immediate or memory, sensory or in words, you find the idea. Then what do you have to do? When you're writing, you're kind of talking to yourself, aren't you? You're kind of speaking the idea into existence, right? And then you hear what you heard yourself say to yourself. Then you hold that little sentence or phrase or clause or whatever that you constructed in your language function, you hold that in your memory long enough to go and wrestle all the technical information of which words do the best job and how do you spell those words and where does the punctuation go to make it mean what it should mean, right? You wrestle all the technical information onto that so that you can write it down. Then you have to do one more nasty thing after that. You have to read the thing you wrote and compare it with the idea you started with and see if it accurately represents that. And if not, you may have to change a word or change the order of words or add something or take something out. You have to self-edit. So you have to find an idea, speak it into existence, hear what you heard yourself say to yourself, hold that in your memory long enough to go and get the technical information, and then you write it down and you compare. That is a phenomenally complex thing to do. And if you have a child who's trying to do this, if there is a breakdown anywhere in that process, the finding of the idea, the speaking into existence, the hearing what you heard yourself say to yourself, and the holding it in your memory, if there's a breakdown anywhere in that process, what happens? The poor kid has to go back and start all over again, which means that writing can be frustrating, right? It can be very frustrating. If you have a child or an adult who doesn't like to write, it's very often because that process has breaks in it and you're constantly having to redo and rethink. Now, I'm not of the opinion that everyone should like writing. I have actually met people who do like writing, but they live in kind of a different universe than I do. I don't like writing. It's too hard. I'd rather be doing something else. So you don't have to like it. You just have to be able to do it, right? And so that whole process then, it forces that kind of distillation, right? Then when you get to the point of writing your ideas about something, it's much harder because you're relying on sense and memory. You're finding vocabulary. You have to have the well-furnished mind to be able to find the vocabulary, to affix to the words, understand the complexities of grammar so that it means what you think it means, and then be able to proof that and be sure that you said what you're trying to say. And that whole process, like distillation, kind of requires heat and time. It requires energy and effort. And that's why it's hard. And why is that a good thing? Because it teaches us how to do it. It teaches us how to think better. Writing is actually the best way to learn to think better. And this is one reason why this whole idea that you can just kind of feed some rough ideas into an AI agent and let it do all that for you. Well, yeah, it could, but what are you losing in the process? You're losing the ability to refine, to distill, to communicate accurately your own thoughts and your own mind in the way that will be effective. Because part of writing is communication, right? You're not just writing for yourself. I have met people who write for their pleasure. Right? And they just write. They have a little notebook and they just write down stuff, presumably so they can read it later and enjoy that. I have no idea what this would be like. I do not do that. I do not actually like writing. I do, however, like having written things, particularly if someone else says, wow, that was really helpful. I learned something. I enjoyed that. So if I write something and I feel, as a result of the feedback, that the thing I was thinking was valuable to someone, that's a joy. That's a great level of satisfaction. But if you let an artificial thing do all that for you, right? Well, it's not going to be the distillation of your thought in the same way that you would distill your thought. And there's very little satisfaction in doing that. In fact, one of the things you hear people saying about AI is that it's tricking mediocre people into thinking they did good stuff, right? And so we don't want that. We don't want to use, quote, that tool and deprive ourselves of one of the most fundamental human faculties that we can have, which is the accurate, intentional, and effective use of language to teach, to inform, to persuade, or to delight others. I wrote one thing that I worked harder on than anything else. I resisted it more than I have resisted anything else. It was not long, and it took hours. It was a sonnet. I was visiting Dr. Webster. I was at his house in Vancouver, and I don't know why at the age of 90 he said that I needed to write a sonnet. Not me being 90, he was 90. But he'd been working on sonnets, right? So you have to write a sonnet. I honestly couldn't have even defined a sonnet at the time, but it's a very constrained form. It has to have a particular number of lines, a particular rhyme scheme. It's got to have all these little details in place. And to do that, you have to access every corner of your vocabulary. You have to access every corner of your understanding of how words can go together and mean what they mean. And I finally wrote this thing, and I finished, and I was so happy. Not just because I was finished, but I was proud of it. It required a level of effort that I have seldom had to put into a piece of writing because it was very constrained. And in this book, How to Think Like Shakespeare, that I mentioned to you, he talks about constraint as a requirement for creativity. Without a frame, there's no picture. Without a clock, there's no basketball game, right? Without a form, there's no artistry involved in the writing. And so some people will look at IEW's writing program and say, well, it's so formulaic, it's so constraining. My kid would rather just do whatever she wants. Okay, fine. But if you don't obey the form, if you don't get into the constraint and wrestle with that thing, you're not going to develop the mental muscles to say precisely the thing that needs to be said in the exact way that it needs to be done. And so I see this very clearly when Bacon says, writing maketh an exact man. There's a tremendous value in that. And if I had had the time to explain all of this to the credit manager from Hewlett-Packard, he might have given me the loan. I don't know. But I'm grateful for the conversation because it kind of caused me to think, okay, what are we really doing here? It's so easy to look at modern education as being utilitarian. Is it practical? Is there application? And if you say no, 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 well, why bother? When in actuality, the real value is in a much subtler, but a much deeper intellectual, spiritual level. And so part of our mission now is to be sure that we empower all the teachers and all the parents who want to help children learn how to read well and speak well and write well, to help them do that in the best way we can. So there you have it. Reading maketh a full man or woman, of course. Speaking maketh a ready, and writing maketh an exact. All right. So there you have it. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you. You can take those. Yeah. Oh, I'll take them just for fun. So I'm going to stall a little bit because lunch is almost ready.
But I finished on time.
You finished pretty close on time, right? Give or take. I did want to mention just a couple things. We are going to have a lunch break. And if you could all plan to be back at 12:55. That's plenty of time to eat and browse. I want to mention just a couple of the products that Andrew, he may not mention specifically. I think sometimes he forgets that he has his company that sells things. I'm just saying, you know. But we do have this course, Introduction to Public Speaking. And of course, he mentioned this in his talk that one of the very first steps to public speaking is memorizing and then reciting and presenting poetry. And so we teach students how to do that. And kind of another intangible that he teaches in this course is memorization strategies, how to get all that content in your brain. When you're doing formal competitive speech and debate, you have to memorize those speeches. And they're 5 minutes long. Or more. That's a lot of content that they're having to memorize. So wow, that's included in this course. And also, this is a course that we recommend if you are interested in doing competitive speech and debate, kind of like the precursor. Andrew did a speech boot camp for his debate club that he coached in the Central Coast of California before he moved out to Oklahoma, and the rest of the company came at the same time, sort of. But anyway, the Introduction to Public Speaking, based on that, it's designed to be a 12-week course, and believe it or not, it has writing assignments in there too. What? It's like we're having to write, but I love also how you teach this. You write the speech from a keyword outline, and then you create a keyword outline from the speech that you then in turn memorize so that you can give the speech without notes. What? That's like a no-brainer, but you sometimes have to be told this. I had Jamie go out to the lobby to grab a couple of these, the poetry program. These are called CDs. And we still sell them just like we created it. We do plan to redo it, only the poems won't change. The sound quality will improve, and we will no longer be selling. So if you want the artifact of a CD, and actually when you purchase it, you get the MP3 downloads as well. But this is that linguistic development through poetry memorization course that Andrew was talking about. The teacher's manual actually tells you, has a little chart in here so that you can have your students learn poems every poem every day, and then every poem every other day, and then every other poem every other day. Every third poem, yeah. And then you just go, fine, put them all in a jar and pick out the poem that you want to have memorized and see how they do. So it's a fun little course. So let's see, was there anything else I was going to share between these things? Come back at 12:55, and then I will, that's it. So see you then. Okay, okay, now I'm on. Sorry, you can see my lips move, but you cannot hear me. So someone asked me, how do we wind up in this, which looks very much like a church type building? Well, this used to be a church. And my husband is actually on the deacon board of our church. And the building that we had was too large because it used to be a school and it was like way too big. And so they were looking for a smaller building that would just house the church and Sunday school classes and all of that. And so the deacons and elders were driving around the Tulsa area and found this place. And they decided it was too remote for them. And now, if you know where our main campus, our main headquarters is, in, quote, Locust Grove, which is actually another 20 minutes from Locust Grove because you have to go make a right, make another right through the forest, over the hills, lose cell phone reception, lose GPS, and hope that you can find this place that is literally an hour from here. That's remote. This is not remote. So he called me and our COO, who we were driving back from a meeting, and said, I think we found the perfect place for IEW to have a recording studio. And Tim and I walked in and looked around and said, this is the perfect place for actually not just a recording studio, but all of customer service and marketing. So we moved out from what is actually remote to something somewhat very much more local to here, and we've been here 6 years. So it was just kind of one of the, and we had to do a lot. We obviously, this was not a part, all the lights and everything. They call this a Hollywood wall. There's actually behind this wall a stone wall. Stone wall. So this corner over here where we record our podcasts, this used to be a baptismal opening, but we now make that our storage, which is why I keep going back in there, because I have more products to talk to you about. But wait, first I have to go out, do a drawing. So, all right, for those of you in the studio, I hope I'm not calling the same winner. I don't know if I'm putting these back in or not. If I call your number again, you should go to Vegas. That's all I'm saying, right? Okay, 157252. Oh, you got it. Okay, well, I'm going to have you come up in just a second for other reasons that you know why. And then if you are at home, and if your name is Megan Dunnigan, you are the winner of a $100 IEW gift certificate. So congratulations. So I want to just take a few minutes as we introduce this next talk, Hacking High School, to take a moment to introduce our guest speaker and have him tell you a little bit more about what he is doing to affect change in our culture. So Nick, why don't you come on up? Everybody say hello to Nick. And then I just want to tell you that a couple years ago, I don't know if it's been a few years ago, in my world a couple is 2, a few is 3, several is 4. It could have been several. Could. Yeah, a handful is 5. Yeah. You didn't know that there was actually an assignment of numbers. Now you know. You're welcome. But Nick came to us and said, I'm doing this really cool thing and we think IEW should be a part of it. And I said to you, my favorite course is 3B. This is probably my second favorite course, 1C. And I love that you chose this one, because not only is it robust enough, because we get that question, is this course robust enough to count as high school credit? Well, Nick is going to tell you why not only is it robust enough for high school credit, it's actually robust enough for college credit. That's a significant reason. As an educator, this is important to me. But as a teacher, what I love about it is the content is so fun. Did you know that Julius Caesar was once kidnapped by pirates? You learn about this in this course. Did you know that they found a pirate ship on the East Coast of the United States? You also learn about this in this course. Did you know, hold on, I'm thinking, did you know that piracy is a thing even today? You can see there's kind of this thread of piracy and pirates through this SSS 1C course, which made it really fun.
My favorite one.
Okay, come closer so we can hear.
About Margaret Roper.
Nothing about pirates, but.
Well, it's connected because it was England and Queen Elizabeth had her favorite pirate.
Oh, this is true.
And Henry, and so Thomas More, and then Margaret Roper was Thomas More's daughter. And when Thomas More was executed, she bribed the executioner to give her his head. And she kept his head in a pickle jar for the rest of her life.
Oh my goodness.
And then finally, his head was was buried with her, I think. And then eventually his head was restored to the rest of his body, wherever it was.
And some of that is in a source text that we provide for
I
you.
just love those kinds of boy-friendly source texts.
Gross, disgusting, violent. What else did you say? Humorous, right? Well, I wouldn't call that in the vein of humorous, but so Nick, tell us more about CHI, and then you want to come up and tell us some more? Let me give you my mic.
Well, he's going to talk about it.
Oh, I know, but this is just a prelude.
Okay.
We're on this.
I am not a pirate.
Here, hold on.
So-
That's you.
Is this?
And you have to stand close enough so they can hear you.
And so this will just be more IEW CHI history. Okay. So I'll talk more about the Christian Hall mission and vision and what we're trying to accomplish when I'm talking with Andrew. But the summary version of it is we were looking at the American higher education landscape, and we were concerned that higher education was primarily pulling people out of local places and didn't have a way to reinvest those people back into their communities and their towns and their families. And so we built a model, kind of looking backward at the Abbey, the monastery, Oxford and Cambridge, places where you could find robust local tutorial-based education. We said, what would that look like? And then we went to a bunch of universities and we said, would you be willing to work in this model? And I'll talk more about the model in a little bit. But it turns out higher education is really a component. There's three things. They've got their accreditation and their systems and their degree granting authority. They have the faculty and the people, and then they have the curriculum. And it turns out that for really the last 50, 60 years, the publishing industry, the Pearsons and the McGraw-Hills and the Macmillans, the publishing industries have really been the tail wagging the educational dog for many different decades. So you could have a really good curriculum, a really good course with a really good professor, but then open up the curriculum and it's just trash. And so as we began to look at these different academic partners, and we were going and making these small community-based education hubs, we said, where would we find really great curriculum? And the number one request that we had on the market was college writing, English Composition 1, English Composition 2. Many times the students will say, well, I'm trying to go to the local community college, I'm trying to knock off English Comp, World Civ, Psych, Philosophy, those core classes, and then I'll transfer to the main campus for my major. But those were precisely the classes that were filled with all sorts of nonsense. And so we started to look around and say, where is the best writing course for early college? And just mom after mom and person after person, family after family said, you've got to talk to Andrew Pudewa. And so then we said to our universities, hey, could you evaluate this course for, especially in like the structure and style areas, for quality assurance? And if we can find the professors that have their PhDs and can teach this, could we evaluate throwing out the Pearson writing course and bringing in a better, more aligned, kind of a worldview aligned course? And they evaluated and they said, this is phenomenal stuff, this is great. So we got that approved, and then we began to go around different homeschool groups and say, okay, what would it look like to take this program, IEW, and install it either in your homeschool co-op or your school or your family? And we had to learn how to do that. So we spent a couple years figuring out, what does this look like to take this really marvelous course with an online professor, and you as the local tutor, how can we take that and basically give you a better English Comp 1, English Comp 2 class? Now you've used this with at least your son. How did you find that you could implement it in a clean manner?
Well, I found it to be really simple, actually, because we've used IEW products for our entire homeschool career. So that meant that we started in, I don't remember the year, but it was probably 3rd or 4th grade, and we've used structure and style for all these years. And so when we got to 1C, we did 1C, and it was not our first rodeo, so we went through it and did it on our own. And then the next year, we found out we could do it for college credit. So I had my son enroll through Christian Halls, and we had all we really had to learn was how to interface with the professor because we had already done the content. And so he did his papers again and passed the course with flying colors.
It's great.
So-
And we had to train the professors too, because the professors need to know how to engage with IEW. What would you said that he did it beforehand and then came back in. I have people, so we run basically a tutorial-based education where the tutors and the peers are meeting together, discussing, reviewing, and the interesting comment I get is, isn't that cheating? Like, don't they need to do this by themselves, alone in a room with no other inputs, online? Like, who lied to you to tell you that's normal? And so to be able to do that with your tutor, with your peers, to review things, that's really one of the main things at Christian Halls is to say, here's the content, here's the curriculum, don't do this alone. Do this in good order with good structure. Engage in a peer review experience so that you can discuss it and review it and correct it. And then when you're ready, send it off to the professor for review. And so that, it sounds like that's kind of what you did organically without even us telling you to do that.
That's right. That's what homeschooling is.
And this is why we think that homeschooling is basically kind of the early phase culture shaper for taking back self-governance in not just K through 12 education, but all of education, human formation for the good of our families and our places. So thanks for letting me interview you. Julie, I'm going to give this back to you. And we'll talk a lot more about all that stuff.
Actually, let me just put this right
Okay.
here. Make sure that's okay. Reed, is that good?
Can you hide the wire?
Oh yes, put the wire in your pocket. No marionettes here, right?
Yeah, that's right. Despite your best efforts.
Yeah. So I think when I'm done here with just a quick announcement. So Andrew, you're going to introduce Nick and all that for our folks at home and for posterity and all of that, right? So all I need to say is you walk off, you guys walk on together, we'll clap per usual, and off you go, right? And I'll take my hat.
You can clear the table there.
I'm going to take my hat. Yeah.
So
On it.
walk off.
Okay, good.
All right. Yep, go ahead.
Can I leave the product?
We can.
Marketing.
Right. So can you clip it to
Of course you
your
can.
bra?
Brady, is that big board being shot at all before?
It's not on the floor. You do see it running down, but I can.
Okay, but it's not on the
Perfect, thank you.
And Andrew, make sure you unmute.
All right, we ready?
Oh, you gotta, so wait a second. Oh wait, you should get in here too, because your mic has to be clicked.
Okay.
Wait.
Disembodied voice.
I think she could do that with a little more oomph, don't you?
Robustness, a little more aggression.
I'll work on that, Michael.
Yeah. This is girls, they're just going, get the boys, bam! Okay. Are you going to say anything, or are we ready? Okay. Well, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch wherever you are in the world. For some of you, it might have been dinner or it's the middle of the night. But we will continue with our third session today. It's called Hacking High School, Rethinking the Teen Years. Now, when I originally conceived this talk, I imagined calling it Just Don't Do High School. But someone suggested that's a little radical, so we had to tone it down a bit. This talk actually is the second half, if you will, of a talk that I've done for many years called Cultivating Language Arts Preschool through High School. And in that talk, I go over the 5 developmental stages and the 4 arts of language. So listening, speaking, reading, and writing at preschool, primary, elementary, middle, and high school. The problem, as often happens, is I had so much to say, I kept running out of time for the high school bit. So last year, I decided to separate it off and make a talk just on this part for people who are curious about high school stuff and ideas. Now, I have to let you know in advance that this is a smorgasbord of ideas. There is no way that you could do everything that I'm going to talk about. And so you shouldn't think of it as a curriculum or that. You should think about it as ideas that you can pull from and, of course, make to fit your own circumstances, your own situation. And my goal is really to talk about the integration of the arts of language. So how do listening, speaking, reading, and writing work together in this period of teenage years? And I think that what we often see is that high school, for many people, can be kind of disintegrating. You go to a high school and you take this class and that class and that class and that class and that class, and sometimes these teachers don't even talk to each other, and there's no real connections between all of these different subjects, and I don't think that's ideal. I think more ideal is that your subjects would not be separate subjects, but they would be integrated, and of course developing the skills of listening, speaking, reading, and writing, leading to better thinking, better problem solving, better creativity, and application in the real world. So we're going to go over these ideas and talk a little bit about speech and debate and or mock trial. We're going to talk a little bit about the arts of the trivium. Grammar we talk about a lot with writing and that, but what about logic? What about rhetoric? And what is Socratic discussion, and why is it something you would want to think about? I am a big fan of drama and musical theater. We have a lot to say about college opportunities, dual enrollment type of situations for high school students. And then, of course, the value of having real responsibilities in the real world by teaching younger children, being involved in a family business or starting a business, and any other thing that brings kids into an opportunity where they can apply all of those arts of language in a meaningful way in the world around them. This photograph, as you see, this was my first debate club in California about 20-some years ago. And on the left is Diane. She was actually one of our family best friends. Their family moved to Oklahoma when we did in 2009. And then she became the coach of the debate team that we started in Oklahoma. Her friend Denise there, they were partners, thus they have the same little suit on so that they looked uniformly partner-like. She's a homeschool mom, I think with 5 or 6 kids now. The next girl, I kind of lost track of her. The stunningly beautiful one in the middle is my daughter Fiona. Some people mistakenly call me Dr. Pudewa, which is ridiculous because I'm not even close to that. She, however, is Dr. Pudewa. She graduated from medical school and is now doing her residency in emergency medicine at Los Angeles General Hospital, which she's very happy about because it's one of the busiest emergency rooms in the country. Couple of the other kids I've lost track of. The tall boy, he is a Catholic priest in California, and his sister on the outside next to him is a professor of some obscure specialty in nursing at, I think, the University of San Francisco, somewhere. She teaches nursing. So it's kind of nice to have pictures like this when your kids are all grown up and you look at them and you say, haha, I had no idea they would all turn out the way they did. And so one of the things that I like to tell people is, you know, you worry so much when your kids are young and they're in school, and then they all grow up and they amaze you. And so that was our very first debate team in California. All right, so why do I like speech and debate? Well, first of all, it does things for students that almost nothing else will do in quite the same way. If you do it competitively, it really kind of forces the students to hone and refine skills at a higher level than you will likely get out of them in any other way. In fact, I have found that competition in general will motivate kids to put in more effort, to put in a higher quality of work than I can ever do just by saying, you must do this. And so competition has a certain value there. What we did mostly was policy debate, and that's where there would be a resolution such as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization should be significantly reformed or abolished. Or the first year we did it, it was crazy. It was medical malpractice law in the United States should be significantly reformed. And there were other ones about the United Nations and trade policies in Central America, stuff that's really obscure to almost everyone. When we started, I knew absolutely nothing about medical malpractice law, nor did I know anyone who knew anything about medical malpractice law. But okay, now we have to research. We have to collect up information. We have to find out what are some potential problems, what are some potential solutions to those problems, how is the United States different from other countries in this regard, and what could we change that might be better. And the way policy debate works is there's an affirmative case, this is how we should change something, and then there's a negative case, which is why we should not change that in that way. And the kids have to debate both sides. They have to be prepared to present an affirmative case. They also have to be prepared with negative briefs to be able to argue against any possible affirmative case they might come up against. So you're really researching both sides, and you're collecting up lots and lots of information. This can be overwhelming, which is why organizational skills are a necessity. You have to be able to not just collect the information, but to organize it in such a way that you can, pull out the card you need with the research and the quote at that moment for that purpose in the middle of a debate round. So there's lots of organizational skills. Generally, you write out your first affirmative constructive speech. And so you would write that and then read it or memorize it and give it, and then the debate would start, and there would be cross-examination, and then there would be a negative construction, and then a second affirmative, and cross-examination some more. And it also helps them develop this ability to listen very well to what their opponents are saying, because they have to stand up and ask good questions, kind of probing questions, so that then their partner can go and give the speech that will help to maybe deconstruct their argument a little bit, find weaknesses, find holes, problems they haven't addressed, and all of this. So it's very formal, goes back and forth. That's policy debate. There's also Lincoln Douglas, which is values debate. And so that would be more on a general principle. And the policy debate is generally two people against two people, and values debate is one against one, and so it's a bit shorter there. But it really does solidify kids' ability to learn how to research, collect up, organize, and present ideas in an articulate, effective way. I would say that of all the things that I have experienced, the positive culture of the speech and debate world that I was involved with is truly remarkable. Because what you have is kids generally from 12 to 18, and they're interacting with each other across this wide age range. They're sometimes working together, or you have a team of maybe older kids going against a team of younger kids, because the first rounds are random, and then there's elimination, and it keeps going. But what's interesting is that the kids are all dressed to the T's. They are as polite as can be, at least in presence of any of the adults. But I've noticed that even when the adults aren't there, they're very polite to each other. It's just that the atmosphere is, we're going to be formal, we're going to be polite, we're going to respect each other. And there's kind of this desire to emulate, right? So if you want to win rounds, what do? You try to be like those older kids who win rounds. You go and you watch the semifinals, the quarterfinals, the semifinals, the finals, and you're not doing it, but you're watching it, and you're saying, that's the way you do well, that's the way you win rounds, that's the way this is. And so everybody in that world is kind of trying to be the best they can, and it's very tangible in this way. It's almost the opposite of what can often happen with teenagers in groups. It's kind of like the opposite of some church youth groups, where they will sometimes sink down to the lowest common level of vocabulary and attitude and content for discussion and all that. So it's a very, very positive culture. Another thing that it teaches is teamwork, because you've got your little club, you've got your partner, there's way too much information for anyone to deal with. And so what do they have to do? They have to work together to collect up and organize and use and share this information, and then the older students in the club will help the younger students figure out how to do all that. And so it's a very, very teamwork developing world as I see it. Also, what I have noticed is that it really teaches kids to go deep into one thing. As I mentioned, subjects can be kind of disjuncted, right? What's what I want to say? Subjects can be kind of disconnected from each other. You go to a high school, and the history people don't necessarily talk to the science people, and the science people don't necessarily talk to the civics people, and the math people don't talk to anybody. And so, the kids are in this world where there's no connection between things. But when you go into some policy research, you end up learning the subject by going deep. So you learn the history of it, you learn the grammar and the vocabulary of it, you learn the economics and the math of it, you learn the history and the politics of it. And so you're actually learning the subjects in an integrated way as you're going deep into this very obscure thing. And yes, you're going to finish the year having known maybe way too much about the United Nations, and you'll forget most of that within a period of time, but what you did learn was how to go deep and how to learn, and that, I believe, is of much greater value than the information you take away. If you get into this world of speech and debate, you will discover there are many different events. So we started with team policy, because that's what we wanted to do, and honestly, we had no clue what we were doing. We just said, hey, that looks like a good thing to do. And it was 4 kids we started the first year. There was no debate club anywhere around except 90 miles away, and nobody was going to drive that. And so we got 4 kids. It was 2 siblings and 2 other kids. My daughter was one of them. And we tried to learn, and we went to our first tournament and lost every single round. And that was okay, because we didn't know what we were doing, and we knew we didn't know what we were doing. But we came back and we had a sense of it. So we studied up some more and read some more and got a little help. And then we went to our second tournament, and one of our teams won 1 round. And we thought, ha, this is like 1,000% progress. So we did that, and then the next year we about doubled the size. We had 9 kids, I think, and we went through that, and we started to understand what we were doing. We got a little help. A couple of the kids went to a week-long camp to learn better. We won a few rounds. The next year, we doubled in size again. We had, I think, 15 kids that year. And we did this every year. I left California in 2009, and that year that I left, one of the kids was on a team, and they won nationals at STOA in team policy. And so it was a certain amount of satisfaction for me to have been involved in that. But I will tell you, the other coach, the parents, like everybody was contributing to this. So I take very little credit. But tournaments are awesome. I don't know if you ever are feeling a little bit shy on hope for the world. but this happens to me pretty much every morning. So if you ever are feeling a little shy on Hope for the World, my strong suggestion is get yourself to a speech and debate tournament, because you will see these kids, 12, 14, 16, whatever, doing things that you think, I could live 100 more years and I would never be as good at this as these kids are. And they're so articulate, and really the whole culture of at least the homeschool speech and debate, it's very Christian, it's very moral, it's very ethical. Everyone's doing what they're doing for the right reasons. And it just gives me hope. Every time I've been to a speech and debate tournament, I leave thinking, yes, there could be a future for humanity. These kids are part of it. And then I think just the overall experience builds confidence in a way that a lot of things don't, that you could do in your teenage years. But I think every student I know who grew up and did speech and debate in high school is looking back and saying, that was one of the best things I did as a young person. That prepared me better than anything else for whatever I'm doing now. And I actually know that it's maybe a good place to find a spouse. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I know many couples who met speech and debate. I actually have 4 of my students who were in our club in Oklahoma who were debate partners, and they ended up marrying each other. And what's really weird is that it was 2 sisters who married 2 brothers. And these are my friends to this day. So, not that that's a primary reason to do it, but it could be a secondary benefit. There are resources available. One is the National Christian Forensics and Communication Association, ncfca.org. That was the original homeschool debate league. And then in '09, the Californians broke off and started their own league, and that was called STOA, which is not an acronym as far as I know. It's a Greek word meaning...
A place that you gather to talk about things.
A place that you gather to talk about things. It's a Greek word. And stoausa.org. These are both excellent leagues. And now STOA is nationwide, and so you can look and see what's available, what clubs are around. If you go to their websites, you can find out what's available in the area where you are, near where you are. There's also the National Speech and Debate Association. This is created for people who kind of don't want a distinctly Christian emphasis, so it's more open to more people who don't necessarily want that. And then, as Julie mentioned earlier, we have our course, Introduction to Public Speaking, which was a redo of what I once called Speech Boot Camp, which is what I did when I left California. I made a 4-video course for the students to kind of get a foot in the door, or a little taste of the standing in front of people and talking. So those are some excellent resources, and I would strongly encourage you, even if you don't think you want to do it, take your older kids, go to a tournament, and just hang out there for a day or 2. I guarantee you, it will be worth the time and money to do it, because it will give you hope for the future of mankind. We're all sorely in need of that these days, are we not? All right, logic, rhetoric, Socratic discussion. These sound a little bit scary to people. And yet, really, this was kind of the core of all of education, really until the modern era, when it started to be marginalized, minimized, and eliminated from the curriculum in the 1900s. Now, why would you teach logic? It's one of the 3 arts of the trivium. So we think about the 7 liberal arts: grammar, logic, rhetoric. Then the quadrivium is the quantitative or mathematical arts. So you have arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. But we think about grammar, okay, that's giving you, what are these things called and what are the rules that govern their behavior? But as a teacher of writing, I'm very much interested in students being able to think logically. And there is a discipline to this. There is a way to actually study logic and, as a result, become more logical. Now, I think you've probably noticed that it's hard to find in most schools a class in logic. Why would this have been eliminated? Well, I mean, if you think about it, what would happen if every kid, like 8th, 9th, 10th, got maybe just 2 years of formal logic and learned how to identify premises and conclusions, how to identify fallacies, how to understand if an argument is valid or true? Do you know what this would do to the politicians? It would completely derail them. They would no longer be able to say things like, we have to pass the law so we can find out what's in it, and get reelected in California, of all places. So logic, I taught through Memoria Press, Traditional Logic 1, Traditional Logic 2, Material Logic, and Aristotle's Rhetoric. It was the hardest 4 years of teaching that I've ever done. I had to work 5 times as hard as the kids to be able to teach it to them. But it was very powerful. It actually changed the way that I read and listen and think. So it's tremendously valuable, and you don't have to be an expert to teach the thing, right? You can actually teach something that you don't know already, as long as you're willing to learn along with the students and put in the time. But I will warn you, if you teach logic to teenagers, they will use it against you. But, as Dorothy Sayers thought, they're going to argue anyway. You might as well teach them to do it half decently. So, now, with rhetoric, we get into kind of this classical mode of writing and speaking. And there are lots of principles of rhetoric. Earlier today, I mentioned the 5 canons of rhetoric. So there's invention, figuring out what to say, arrangement, putting those things in an order that will be effective, elocution, using the right words and phrases and clauses and rhetorical devices and constructions that will make the language effective. And then, of course, memory, which is being able to memorize your speech so that you give it well. And lastly would be delivery, which would be the public speaking side of things. But, and then, of course, there's also the whole aspect of rhetoric having to do with pathos, ethos, and logos, and understanding how those are modes of persuasion that we can use. And there was a little bit of a debate in the early Christians, should Christians study rhetoric? Because it was an ancient discipline, and we see it, all through the Greeks and the Romans, and then the early Christians. So some people's argument was, well, rhetoric can be used to persuade people wrongly, right? To manipulate, to control. Therefore, it's dangerous. Therefore, we probably shouldn't do that. The other view was, Christians of all people should study rhetoric so that they can effectively persuade people of what's good and true. So the debate was pretty much settled by, the 300s, 400, Augustine for sure. And it was settled that, yes, Christians should study rhetoric. And it was kind of the version of, guns don't kill people, people kill people, right? Rhetoric doesn't harm people, people harm people. It's how you use that make a difference. And so there are materials that you can buy to actually teach rhetoric. I would argue that what we do with our structure and style curriculum has so much of that embedded into it. In fact, I remember very, very early, I was doing my teaching writing structure and style seminar, and one of the teachers at the school had a PhD in English literature, whatever, and he knew all about classical education. I didn't know much. He came up to me at the break and at lunch, and he said, your writing program here is very much like the Pro Gymnasmata, which is the exercises for rhetoric that were taught all the way back into the ancient world and were codified in different systems. And I said, tell me more. And so we have, we're building on this tradition, but we also use vocabulary that is accessible to all students. So, and you can go, onto that, and I think you'd be well prepared to take a rhetoric class from an institution of higher education and be very successful with that. The liberal arts, right, we use that word, and so many people don't know what that means. What are the liberal arts, right? And there's different layers of misunderstanding, right? Some people would kind of say, well, that's the humanities. What are the humanities? I don't know, it's that stuff like history and English that you study that you can't get a job with, right? And so there's that level of not knowing. And then there's just flat out complete ignorance. Liberal arts? Oh, that must be, I don't know what, a Bernie Sanders appreciation class? People don't know. But the liberal arts, the word liberal, of course, comes from the same root that we get liberty and library, right? Liber, book, right? So the liberal arts are connected with freedom. They are those things which the free people, men and women, would study so that they would be able to retain their intellectual and spiritual, if not also their physical freedoms. So the liberal arts are those things that free people would study to remain free. So when we look at it that way. Now, if we talk a little bit about Socratic discussion, this can be kind of scary because people may or may not have any experience, but it's a pretty simple idea, and then you practice and you get better at it. Basically, you read something worth reading, and then you have a conversation about it. And there's an ideal of being able to ask questions that lead you into a deeper level of thinking about what you're reading. And I didn't really know how to do this. I took this little course teaching the classics from my friend Adam Andrews, and then we ended up recording it and selling it for a while, and now we don't sell it, but he still does. And it's basically how to ask good questions. Have you ever had the problem of, you're reading a book with some teenagers or one teenager, you say, well, what do you think? And he goes, it was good, I like it. Why? I don't know, it's just, I like it. Well, what did you like about it? I don't know. So, how to get deeper into and discussing the characters and the problems, the themes, the ideas behind the stories and the ideas. So, a couple organizations that produce materials to help you with this. My good friends at Memoria Press, they have some materials to help with this discussion. Classical Academic Press, they both have logic and rhetoric stuff. Some of you may be familiar with Classical Conversations. They get into this in a kind of informal way. The Cana Academy has some very good materials to focus on Socratic conversation with history and working with history, and the Circe Institute. So those are some things that I would recommend. I would say that if I look back on all my years of teaching, some of the best moments in all those years were me with a small group of teenagers talking about a good book, a great book, and just watching where they can go with it and giving them the freedom to really just connect the things in the book with their hearts, their minds, their experience. And isn't that what reading is really all about? Not answering the questions to prove that you understood the thing or something. So, all right, moving on. Drama. A friend of mine once said that drama is the capstone of rhetoric. So I'm not sure I completely agree with that, but there is something that happens when kids are working together on a stage, being a character in a great story. And just a few benefits I might mention. When you're in a play, you have to memorize the lines. Not only do you have to memorize the lines, you have to memorize and practice so that you can say them in just the right way, at just the right time, with just the right vocal intention, and the right gestures in relationship to other people who are doing it in just the right way. It's a very refined type of communication practice. And It's just something that I think every student, if they have a chance to do this, will be enriched, if only in the cultivation of the memory. My grandchildren right now are in the last week of practice before they perform As You Like It by Shakespeare. And so these are all kids from, I think the youngest is 9 or 10, the oldest is 16, and it's a big cast, and they have an excellent director. And it's just such a delight to see the Shakespeare kind of oozing out of them. Like they're playing soccer, and one of them will quote a Shakespeare line in the middle of the soccer game to the other one. And my granddaughter, Chaley, came in to do a little study with me, and she just couldn't stop. She'd just come from rehearsal. She couldn't stop just saying all the lines. Not only do they learn their own lines, they learn everybody else's lines too. So there's just a richness and appreciation. And if you're doing a great play, you're absorbing the greatness into yourself in that way. There's a teamwork aspect to it. You know, you don't always get the part you want, but you have to do your part, and then that makes the whole. You have to be patient. There's a lot of patience involved in doing drama, especially when other people keep messing up, and or you're the one who keeps messing up, and other people have to be patient with you. And then if you're doing the whole production, you've got, good heavens, costumes and sets and props and parents to, deal with, and like everything all at once. It's almost overwhelming, but it's just under the threshold of being too overwhelming. And that's a great place for kids to be. And then, of course, the confidence that it gives them to be able to stand in front of an audience and perform and do that. There's a motivation. As soon as the kids finish the play, what's the first thing they ask? When do we get to do the next one? What's next? Right? I wanted our kids to be in a play, but there was no opportunity in our city. The community theater was way too competitive, so there's no way they're going to get in there. So we did what a lot of families may consider doing. We actually did it. We started our own group. And so we founded the Central Coast Homeschool Theater Ensemble, and we got, I think, 9 kids the first year. We did Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella. It was musical theater, so it has that added complexity of needing to not just act, but also sing half decently well. And then as soon as it was done, what are we going to do? We're going to wait a while. All the parents have to recover. I also discovered that being the producer of something means you get to pay all the bills. So the other change we made was we're going to charge a little bit for these tickets here. But we did, I think, over 7 years, we did 6 plays. And it was just a tremendous experience. So pretty much all of my 5 youngest children had a chance to be in plays. And every one of them would look back on it and say, that was one of the best things about growing up. The other thing I kind of love about drama is, in a way, it's a pure art form in that it exists for the moment only, and then it's gone. And there's a purity to that. You know, if you paint a picture or make a sculpture or something, you have this artifact and you look at that. But when you do a play and it's over, there's really no artifact. Yeah, you have a DVD and you get to show that to your kids so they know what you did when you were their age. But there's a kind of beauty to the fact that you do it and then it's gone. All right, I am a huge fan of dual enrollment opportunities for high school students. And there are so many options today. I think that a lot of kids around 15 years old can walk in and take first-year college courses and do very well. What most people don't realize is that college courses are really the same level of rigor as high school, or at least high school used to be. The fact is, almost all the people who teach in colleges know that almost all the high school students forgot almost everything. So you take a first year English, it's about the same as you would have done in high school. You take a first year biology, it's the same biology you would have taken in 9th grade. The only difference is that the pacing, right? So in high school, you do a year, you do biology and they stretch it out for a year, right? You go to college, it's the same biology, only it's maybe in a semester, right? Which is why in high school you take 6 or 7 classes, and in college you take 3 or 4, right? So now we see so many great options for dual enrollment. And what are some of the advantages? Well, you're still at home. That's a really good plus, because let's think for a moment. If you've got a 16-year-old who goes to take some college classes, and there's something a little goofy, professor says something goofy, or there's a goofy reading, or there's something that confuses them, right? And they live at home, who are they going to talk to about that thing? Parents, family, people that they live with. If you send them away to go live in a building with 300 other 18-year-olds, and there's something goofy, who are they going to talk to, right? If you think about it objectively, that's one of the most ridiculous things you could ever do, is send an 18-year-old to go off and live with a bunch of other 18-year-olds. Like, how are they going to learn anything from each other, right? So being still at home, huge advantage. Of course, the cost of colleges and universities today is just ridiculous. And so if you do a dual enrollment, in almost every circumstance, you do it for a fraction of the cost, sometimes a small fraction of the cost of paying what you would if you wait until they're 18 or 19 and send them away to an institution. So there are ways to bank up credits, they become transferable, and I personally know well over 24 kids that finished high school with an associate's degree or the equivalent. That would be 2 years of university credit by the end of high school. And I personally know and could name, and I know one girl very well who finished high school at 18 with a bachelor's degree. So it's very possible you can do this. And part of the really good news is if you do it this way, you bypass the whole dysfunctional system of having to have a transcript and take the SAT and do the college application process and all that, because you just start taking classes. And these universities, they like dual enrollment for a few reasons. Number one, they get the kids who want to learn and want to study. Number two, if you do a few classes or a couple years of classes and then you do want to go away to a college, where are you likely to go? The school that you got some dual enrollment credits from. So for them, it's a great marketing tool. For you, it's a great money-saving tool. For your kids, it's a much better social environment, and they can get the dual credit. So you take one class, college credit, throw it on a high school transcript. You may never need a high school transcript, but if you do, boom, you've got it there. So a few resources. One group that I work with, Unbound. I highly respect these people. It's a lot about life skills and project, but they do have classes, college credit classes you can take, beunbound.us. Some people involved in CC know about Classical Conversation Plus. There are, of course, local options for community colleges or dual online enrollment. And I'm extremely happy to be able to introduce today my good friend, Nick Ellis, who is the founder of Christian Halls International, which I think has an extraordinarily great model. I mean, I would borderline say this is the best idea that I have ever heard of. And so I want to invite Nick to come up and talk about Christian Halls and how he is doing so much more than just getting your kids college credits while they're still in high school, or as an option to going away to college. So Nick, take it over. Oh, I'm supposed to say something about you.
Okay.
Nick is, I think, one of the most intelligent people that I have ever known in my life. Possibly the most intelligent guy. Not only is he a delight, he has his PhD from Oxford in Greek,
biblical languages.
Ancient languages, several of them. You speak a bunch of languages. He's very multilingual. And he was a tutor at Oxford, and now he likes me. And so I'm like so honored by the fact that such an intellectual giant is my friend. So with that, Nick, take it over. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon. It is great to be here with you. And the thing that I'm going to talk about most is really a question of perspective. How do we define success when we're thinking about high school and college? Because this is really where I think things have gotten a little off track. First of all, a little bit of biography. I grew up homeschooling in North Texas. My dad was a pastor in North Dallas, and then we moved to Brazil in 1994. And at the time, all of the missionary kids were being sent off to boarding school. And my mom said, no way, no how, we're not going to do the boarding school thing. So she brought in a large shipping container with several thousand great books, shipped it to the North Amazon, and said, congratulations, your life is going to be spent reading the great books in the morning and fishing peacock bass in the afternoon. And for a 12-year-old boy, that was heaven. And so that was our life. We dived deeply into the Christian intellectual tradition during the mornings, and then we were free to go and explore and work and create businesses and fish. I mainly fished. I have a brother who was more responsible and learned how to be a doctor, another brother who learned to be a pilot. But that was kind of the ecosystem that we grew up in Brazil. And it gave us a great sense of self-governance, a great sense of just the breadth of the intellectual tradition that we've been given. I then went off to university, went to Germany for my German studies, Jerusalem, where I got into Dead Sea Scrolls, which are very specific areas of Jewish thought and antiquities. Ended up at Oxford, and at the time was still working with my mom as the country was kind of devolving into this kind of leftist, Marxist, progressive vision for education. And people began to come to us and say, well, wait a minute, didn't you guys homeschool? What would that look like? And the problem in Brazil was there was no curriculum. There were no publishing houses. Here, of course, starting in the 80s, all these conferences began to build, and suddenly you could go and find all this curriculum. Well, in Brazil, there was none. And so that's when we began to say, what would it look like to bring the homeschooling classical school movement to Brazil? So we started a publishing house called Classical Press. This is when we started to talk with Andrew about translating IEW. We now have over 1,000 volumes that we've translated into Portuguese, and that's Classical Press. We have over 700 co-ops and micro schools that we've started across Brazil. So that's a big part of kind of just our family work. And it's also why I'm such a huge fan and I'm so in love with the homeschooling movement, because to me, it means it's more about the home and less about the school. It's about family, it's about legacy, and it's how do you build a flourishing society. While I was at Oxford, and at this point I was teaching, our first students began to graduate from high school. And they graduated a little earlier there, so by 17, they're entering this really hedonistic context in the Brazilian university system, and they just were not ready for it. And you're coming in as a 17 or you're an 18-year-old into this, and these are really well-trained, godly kids, but sociologically, we were getting like 80% mortality of these kids, just gone from the church, gone from their families, and we said, well, that's not why we're doing all this work. We're not doing all of this work to translate and train and create this movement if we're just going to lose these kids at the end. And so we started to look at different educational models for post-high school. And we began to look at just the history of how education evolved, looking at the Jewish synagogue, looking at the Greek forum, looking at the medieval classical abbeys, where the centers of formation were planted all across Northern Europe. And what became very obvious is that this whole division between K through 12, higher education, and beyond is really it's a modern creation. There was no sense of, well, you and the parents and the family get to govern for this space, but because they've now graduated from this 12th grade, you now need to disassociate and detach, and let's hand those kids off to somebody that we don't know, that doesn't love our kids and has no social vision for what we're trying to build. And so we began to look at that and say, what would alternatives look like that would take a rich, robust historical perspective on training children within the context of their family, their place, and their community. Because that really is the core to classical Christian education. It's always been a sense of how do you build culture in place? And I talked to many, hundreds of classical school headmasters a year, and I always ask them, how many of you love the classical tradition? Cicero, and love reading, Plato and Aristotle and all these guys, and of course everyone's like, oh, we love this, these are amazing. I said, and then I would ask, how many of the kids in your classical school have ever stayed and gone into civic leadership in your town? And no hands would go up. Because the way that we've been taught to validate our choices as classical schools or as homeschoolers in the modern American age is we send them away. And if they get into Brown or Harvard or Yale, that's a validation that I was a good homeschool parent, or I was a good classical school headmaster. And in fact, we have classical schools where the guidance counselor, the college counselor, is given bonuses by how many kids leave. So you've actually built a structure that murders your own town. Why? And it's because we built an honor-shame paradigm that says it's honorable if you leave and you're a loser if you stay. And that's built into the substructure of the American cultural tradition. And so that's really what we began to look at and say, okay, what is the foundation of human formation? And how does human formation lead to local flourishing? And if we're not thinking about local flourishing and you're a classical Christian educator, are you actually doing the thing? Are you actually doing classical education correctly? If you have no sense of civic duty, you have no sense of local duty, you have no sense of place, and actually it's because we've disattached. We've grabbed onto a technique, but we haven't actually understood what we're trying to do when we talk about building flourishing families and places. Now, this is very challenging for us who are homeschoolers. I have 5 kids. We all homeschool our kids. And you start looking at what are the outcomes for success. And if you're telling me that my primary outcome, which is get them into a good university, is not enough, then what should be our outcomes? What are we building for? And I ask parents, I've spoken many times with Andrew this year, since middle of January, at dozens of conferences. And from those conferences, we've had 197 halls start the process across the country of getting started. And the question I would ask is, do you have a vision for as your kids leave high school and go off to college, are you excited about what comes next? Do you have a clear vision of this is what we're building for? This is how I launch my kids into success. And most people will say, no, I don't. I have a goal. I want them to graduate from high school. I want them to get into a good college, but I don't know what comes next. And what we're doing with Christian Halls is trying to say the university is an option, but it's a tool. It's not the outcome. And so we asked, our foundational question is, how does human formation, how does the work that we do in forming our children lead to primarily local flourishing, which then should ripple out county, state, nation, world, should ripple out to civilizational blessing and renewal. Now, what do we mean by human formation? Well, first and foremost, formation is the formation of an eternal soul. And you all know this, that it's not just data transfer, it's not just communicating all the facts, it's actually a soul formational process. I think it's actually the single greatest spark of the divine image, that He has given you, mother and father, the ability, the magical, supernatural ability of coming together and creating from nothing an eternal soul that will last forever. This is the great responsibility and honor of being a parent. And so then we have to ask, who is responsible for the formation of that soul that will now last to eternity? Well, the answer is most definitively not the state. It's most definitively not the person who's holding the promissory note for your college loan. These are not people who love you. These are people who want a transactional relationship with you. And so then the question is how do we return governance of human formation back to the family, back to the community of faith? Now, in America, a miracle happened that's happened really nowhere else in the world, is that you have basically definitively won the battle for K-12. We'll have little skirmishes here or there, HSLDAs doing their work to kind of keep things at bay. But unlike every other country in the world, starting in the 80s, and I remember hiding under the windowsill in 85, as the truancy officers were driving around Arlington, Texas, we won. And yet, we've only taken so much territory because we put a limitation on our formational responsibilities, and that basically is the age of 18 at high school graduation. And so we have a mental barrier that says, I'm done, I don't have any more responsibility, it's time for somebody else to take over. And the problem with that is we have seen the results of a culture that is now disassociated from the childhood formation to these abandoned children that are handed to the world for debt, for ideological indoctrination, and for sociological abandonment, saying, now you need to leave. In fact, I had a mom in North Dallas say, if my kid stays here and works for us, works for our family, my bridge club will think I'm a loser because he should not be here anymore. He should be gone. Those are the kinds of sociological barriers that we're facing when we talk about creating deep formational communities. Here's an image of England in 1530. This was before the dissolution of the monasteries. As you look at, especially St. Benedict coming through North Europe, this is just England, but across, and there's about 800 abbeys and monasteries that were created across England. Over 38,000 of these monasteries were created all across Northern Europe. And this is really where formation took place in community. We have a bad mindset on monasteries and abbeys because we think that they were areas of retreat that didn't engage in the world. The vast majority of these are deeply braided into their parish, their town, their community. This is a country the size of Mississippi, right? It's a little smaller than Mississippi, half the size of the state of Wyoming. And yet, this is the tradition that gave us things like self-governance and the Magna Carta, a deep vision for personal rights and responsibilities and duty. These are the places. Yes, there were 3 universities, Oxford and Cambridge and Durham, but the formational space was governed and held by local spaces, by local abbots, by families, by tutors, by instructors. Now what happened is, of course, the Enlightenment came about, In France, the Reign of Terror came about, and in a period of about 100 years, all of the monasteries in Northern Europe were gone, with secularism and a desire to move away from a Christian sacramental vision of culture, and this disappeared. It actually lasted in the States as people were coming to Boston and New England and starting small tutorial-based colleges. And I experienced this for the first time when I went to Oxford, and I walked into town and I was saying, where is the university? And I was walking around town looking for this university, spending 2 hours in the rain because it was October, trying to figure out where the University of Oxford was. And finally, I stopped this little old lady on the street corner and said, ma'am, I'm looking for the University of Oxford. Can't find it. Could you help me? And she said, and she looked at me and said, the first thing she said was, are you American? And then I said, yes. She said, well, what are you studying? What are you reading? I said, well, theology. She said, theology. Evangelical, Anglo-Catholic, Catholic. Said evangelical, Anglican. It's like, graduate, undergraduate, graduate. Like, you're definitely at Wycliffe Hall, which is right down the road, 2 blocks over. And what I found is that there was this remnant of this medieval vision for formation, that underneath the auspice of the university for degree granting power, all of our education was done in these small tutoring groups in these little colleges. And so C.S. Lewis at Magdalen College, he would have these small tutorials. That was just what he did, meeting with students one-on-one, one-on-two, discussion, debate, peer review, and then they would write their work and they would send it off to the university. The university would grade it, or they would go to the examination school, and that's basically how they do education in the medieval model. J.R. Tolkien, same thing. He's working more in medieval languages, but small tutorial-based education. And so as we looked at all of these options in higher education, and as we saw that one of the biggest problems was with this extraction of talent and treasure, of human talent from these communities, we said, what if we went back and we started to rebuild small centers of formation, town by town, community by community? And so that's basically what we've been building. We are a national, actually international network of micro colleges and trade schools. By the end of this year in North America, we'll have 300 of them, instructed by local, godly, competent tutors, focusing on the needs, first and foremost, of their place, their families, and their communities, but in partnership with aligned universities for degree accreditation. I fly a little Cessna around. I've somehow turned into a missionary aviation pilot for the North American intellectual tradition. I don't know how that happened. I spent 500 hours in the air last year. I landed in 121 small towns. And in every one of those towns, we say, what should your place look like if it is a formational community that ripples out to bless their place? And so we look at impact sectors like, are we training our youth? Theology, trades, tended land, medical, civics. These are all spaces and areas of formation that if one of them is weak, the city wall is broken. And so I'm kind of like Nehemiah, kind of walking in with my 230 horses and looking and saying, okay, how is this town broken? And what could you do? What is your place at the wall to fix the formation and flourishing of your town and your people and your family? And so we look at things like hall blueprints. What would it look like for us to build a honors college in your community? Do you love the great texts? Do you love reading through Dorothy Sayers or C.S. Lewis? Well, I live in Midland, Texas. There's a small group of people that love reading Jane Austen. There's a very large group of people that work on the oil fields that are blue-collar people that love the Lord, and they're saying, hey, there's a space here for the classical colleges, but we really need to revitalize Christ-centered trades. And so where are those people who want to take that place on the wall of their community? And so then what we do is we have partnered with a number of universities who are frankly in crisis because they see that their value proposition is decreasing. How many here have ever taken a purely online class? Did you just love those required forum posts? Did you feel like they were like this sole formational opportunity of engaging with your peers? Higher education is increasingly becoming a synthetic, plastic, fake space as the costs go up and the value drops, and people are increasingly saying, this is not worth it, especially if you're going to steal my kids. I'm not going to pay you to steal my kids. And so these universities have come to us and have said, if you can be distribution, if you can go build the formational communities, if you can rebuild the Abbey, we can be your Oxford. We can give you degree granting authority, we can help you with curriculum, we can help you with professors, but you are going to have to go find those tutors, those local leaders, those elders that want to lean into the formation and the flourishing of their place. If only there was a community that were early adopters, unafraid people who knew how to do human formation in place. If only there was a community that knew how to sit with their kids and look them in the eye and say, I'm here to form and shape you, and I'm going to give myself to you. Well, the homeschool community, I believe, is the tip of the spear of a movement that can completely revitalize what does it mean to lean into the formation of our people for the flourishing of our places and the revitalization of our civilization. Now, there are pockets. Colson Fellows, for example, those are, anybody hear of the Colson Fellows? They are about 8,000 people who have gone through a worldview training program through the Colson Institute. Average age is like 68. I thought it was going to be way younger. 68, fairly wealthy, and looking for a purpose, looking to be deployed. And the Colson Institute is frustrated because a lot of people are saying, you've trained us, you put us through a year of training, and we have nothing to do. And so what does it look like to say in our community, wait a minute, you're trained in public theology and civics and Christian worldview, and you're mid-60s and you're retired and you're bored? Could we grab you and could we give you a couple kids? And how many people here have ever done classical conversations? If only I could find a group who have actually known how to run a tutorial. And now your kids are graduating and you're saying, man, I've had 18 years of running tutorials. What am I going to do now? And we would say, let's keep going. Let's keep going. You know how to sit and ask a question and let that kid stew in their own juices. And the power of silence instead of jumping in and giving a lecture and saying, actually, I'm going to hold you, especially in the age of AI. It's like, oh, here's my essay. Okay, put the essay down and tell me what you wrote. Instead of jumping onto an online class at one of our partner universities by themselves, pasting in an essay from ChatGPT, and then getting a plastic 85 from the professor along with every other kid in their class. Congratulations, the sum total of your college education. It's not real. We believe that the future of human formation from high school into early college and beyond is human. It's human, embedded in places for the good of our families and for the flourishing of our places. The only alternative to that is an AI, technocratic, virtual reality that I don't want to live in. And we believe that now is the moment for us to start to really think about how do we build these places. What would you need? You would need a local organizer. You need a group of qualified tutors and a clear vision. What do you want to build? And maybe in this group, it's just, I need 9th through 13th or 14th grade community college alternatives because I don't like Tarrant County Community College. Could be that. Let's just go take that space back. Picking classes, we love SS1C because it's a known, well-defined curriculum that we can offer English Composition 1, English Composition 2. Actually, my team is meeting right now with NCFCA to build out both the rhetoric course, the speech course, and then like American history, public policy, because what you're doing with NCFCA is just huge opportunities for mentor-based, tutorial-based education, a tremendous amount of research, and let's apply all of that into these courses. So maybe just picking a couple foundational courses to say, we're gonna start here. These will be the first dominoes that we push over. English Comp, World Civ, Psychology, Philosophy, American History, Philosophy, those general education courses. And then from there you may say, you know what, our town really needs a civics program because we want to train kids in public policy and political philosophy and deploy them for the good of our town. Do you have tutors? Do we have a degree program? Can you deploy them into your place? So those are the kinds of things that we are looking at building. I would highly encourage you to detach yourself from a modern myth that says your job is to get your kids in college. It's a lie. Like, your job is to form eternal souls and launch them for the good of your people, your place, and God's kingdom. And so how do we use all of these tools that are emerging in this very new world that's emerging from this technocratic, bureaucratic reality, this non-real world that we're living in? How do we build realness back into our educational models? And so I would encourage you to look at christianhalls.org as an example of those. We have different blueprints that you can pick. We don't own any of these sites. We're not a franchising organization. We are a community design house that comes alongside of you and says, okay, you've figured out how to do this homeschool thing. It's time to take back even more territory for the good of our people and our places. So I hope that stimulates some of your creativity and your imagination on what could it look like to maybe even collapse high school into college. Maybe not, as Andrew said, eradicating high school. Let's repurpose it. And let's make sure that there's a trajectory and a destination that we're doing all of this work for our people. Andrew, I'm going to give it back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. So much to think about there. And I am very, very excited by this vision. It can sound overwhelming because you think, well, I have never done this before. But everyone has never done something before.
Turn on the mic. I think this can seem a little bit overwhelming at first because you think, well, I've never done that before. I've never been a tutor for college level. I've never organized a hall, a school, whatever. But you have to always remember, everyone has never done something before. You never taught until you taught. You never became a parent until you became a parent. You will never have become, that is the future perfect tense for you Latin students, you will never have become a Christian Halls tutor or organizer until you do. But I find this very, very exciting, and I talk to parents all over the place who are very, very aware that the whole landscape of what is your kid going to do in the future is changing faster than you can even think about it. And so we just have to break a paradigm, and unless we break a paradigm, we can't really build a different one. But I'm all in with you on this, Nick, and I'm just on the very edge of Christian Halls, Eastern Oklahoma. So, all right, let's talk a little bit about a couple more things. One is this idea of setting up your teenagers to be able to teach younger children. This, I think, is extraordinarily valuable opportunity. Sometimes it happens in the context of, a church group, and a teenager comes in and can lead a group of younger children in some way. But I think that it's very possible that teenagers can figure out, okay, what is something that I love, something that I'm decently good at, and get together and find a little group of younger children. And it doesn't even have to be during the school day exactly. It could be in the afternoons or the evenings, on the weekends. And I could teach that thing to these younger children. And of course, we all know the very best way to learn anything is to teach it. So that's kind of a no-brainer. But yet we've set up the whole idea of high school to delay that idea until you finish and go to college and finish that, and then maybe you could teach something to someone. I have a little experience with this. So when I moved here to Oklahoma, I had never taught Latin before. And in California, my older kids had a Latin teacher, but when we moved here, my younger kids didn't, and I really wanted them to have Latin because I'm very convinced it's an extremely valuable thing to do, but there's no one to teach it. So I said, well, I'll do it. So I didn't know what I was doing, but I dove in, I studied 3 times as hard as the kids. I taught 2 years of Latin, and then I was going into the 3rd year, and I had these younger siblings of my students. Well, I didn't have time, but I wanted them to get it too. So I took my top kid, and I said, you are going to teach these younger siblings. She was 17. And I took her, and I said, here, you've been through it with me. I'm going to get you the books. I'm going to get you what you need. I'm going to help you set it up, and I'm going to be here in case you need help. And so she then taught 1st year Latin, and she was also in my 3rd year Latin class. And I did that for 2 years. Then I had more siblings. So I took my next top kid, right? She was 16 at the time, and I put her in charge of a new 1st year group. So I had a 1st year group, a 3rd year group, and I was teaching 5th year. And I was kind of helping them, but they knew what to do. They'd learned it. They could teach it. And so I have experience that this is very, very possible. And I suspect that these girls were doing it better than I was doing it because they had just learned it and it was very fluent and easy. And actually one of them, she ended up really going crazy in Latin, and she got involved in one of these online Latin conversation groups. And so she started trying to talk Latin with people online, and she met a boy. He's from Italy. And so she ended up going to Italy to hang out with people who talk Latin for a few weeks. And then she came back, and she didn't like this guy at all, but he liked her. So eventually they got married. And her Latin is better than her Italian, and his Latin is better than his English. So they talk to each other all the time in Latin, and now they live in Tennessee, and they are 2 of 4 teachers at a, get this, Latin-English bilingual immersion school in Tennessee. Very small school, right? And her job is basically just to talk Latin with kids all day. Anyway, you never know what might happen. Anyhow, I've also had other experiences where a kid who loved music was then starting to be the director of the children's choir when she was 17. I've heard stories of 16, 17-year-old kids who were very into robotics and they took over essentially a robotics club for younger children and taught them that. And so this is very, very possible to do, and they can teach anything, right? As long as they love it and are learning it and knowing it, that love for the thing will overflow to the students. It's a great service to the community, and if you care, it looks really good on a resume too, to be able to say, yeah, I taught this to younger children. So I think that's a very good option. I do know some teenagers who grew up doing our writing program, got around the 16, 17-year-old age, got in and did our TWSS teacher training course, became a certified, or our registered instructor, and are able to teach writing to younger children. And usually about 4 years, 4 to 6 years age difference is perfect, right? And then you have an adult who can kind of, hang out and just be sure they're all the behavior problems are taken care of or whatever they might need help with. But it's a phenomenal opportunity. So that's something I'm very much in favor of. Also, these things, you know, what can a kid do that actually is deeply satisfying, right? It actually gets to the question, what does every teenager want more than anything else? What would you say? Not money. Money's a symbol. Freedom is a condition. Purpose. Yeah, I would argue real, meaningful, honest to God responsibility. That's what teenagers actually want. That's what John Taylor Gatto said in his book, Underground History of American Education. And he also pointed out that that is the very thing that schools contrive to ever prevent happening, is because the school day eats up most of their time, the homework eats up almost the rest of it, and social media and fun eats up the rest of it. When what they really want is to do something meaningful that is significant to the world side by side with other adults. That's how you grow up, actually, is to spend time doing meaningful things with adults. So what are some options? Well, starting a business or being involved in a family business. I am particularly grateful that I had a business and all of my kids, every one of them, got a chance to work in the business. And that gave them a real sense of being valued. Like, I needed them to come to my office and put books together. I needed them to answer the phone. I needed them to go with me to a convention. You know, and as the business grew, I got more people to help. But in the early days, it wouldn't be here now without those kids helping build this thing. It also is a way that they can make a little money, usually better than if they go work at Chick-fil-A or whatever. Not that I don't appreciate what Chick-fil-A does for young people, but I think there are options in terms of ways to earn money outside the go to work and get a paycheck if you do exactly what you're told to do world. I think it kind of contributes to this entrepreneurial thinking. Other things in this category, internships, political campaigns. That is a great thing for a teenager to do, to go and volunteer for a political campaign. Now, you obviously have to live somewhere where there is at least one candidate that you can at least support a little bit, right? So you got to find someone you can align with. But if you do, and you believe that this candidate would help make the world better than the other guy, right? And you work for that, that's a meaningful thing to do. I know two girls, one in Florida, one in Texas, almost exact same story. One was 16, one was 17. They volunteered for their local state representative. The candidates both won. And the candidates loved these kids so much, hired them. The girl in Texas became the communication coordinator for the state representative, meaning she was in charge of the emails and information disbursement that went out. Why? Because she could write and she could speak, and he knew it. The other girl in Florida, her candidate won, and she got hired as the legislative liaison, which means she had to read all the legislation coming down and help organize that for the candidate and the rest of the staff. I mean, that's a huge job. And she kind of laughed. She said it was a little bit of a problem because the state of Florida had never hired anyone under 18 before. So she did that for a year. Think about that, doing that level of meaningful working together side by side with adults in real life situations. Hugely valuable. I know kids who've taken a year off and gone on a mission trip, right? And if you do the dual enrollment thing, right, you can be banking up credits and have a year and not have to keep doing school to stay on track and stay on schedule. And so being able to be free to do that is another great reason to look at dual enrollment Christian Hall's opportunity. We published this book for a while, Lemonade to Leadership. It's pretty much for the lower side, kind of the middle school, but it helps you brainstorm ideas for a business, plan your business a little bit, figure out your marketing strategy, and also how to do accounting so you can pay taxes. So it's got all that, but at the accessibility to a 12, 13-year-old student. All right, now there's one last question that always comes up, and it seems to be a little bit of a burden on almost everybody, and that is transcripts. And you think, well, what about transcripts? Because if you don't have a transcript, you can't get a diploma, you can't go to college, you can't, isn't that absolutely necessary? Well, that's debatable, but I personally am not a great respecter of transcripts because they don't really mean anything except you did time. Right? I mean, I have a transcript. Doesn't mean I learned anything. It means I did time, 4 years, and there it is, right? So I had a particular attitude about transcripts. And I said this, and, it's maybe a little bit dangerous, but hey, this is my opinion of transcripts. You can do whatever you want to do. And you can call it whatever you want to call it. That's what high schools do, right? And I have a daughter, and for various reasons I won't explain, she did not do 16 months of school in high school. She went off to a different place to get herself together, and so she didn't do academics for 16 months. She did, however, learn how to artificially inseminate pigs, how to build an outhouse, how to cook on a wood stove, and all sorts of other things I'm not entirely sure of. So what did we do? We put a lot of veterinary internship credits on her transcript. And she did whatever she needed to do. She was accepted to Biola University, did great, no problems. So you have to wrestle with this in your own conscience a little bit. But I was a little worried, am I crossing the line here with this? Do whatever you want to do and call it whatever you want to. I mean, I'm pretty sure, because let's just think for a moment. You could start a garden and study and learn. Which plants do you plant next to which plants to keep the insects away? And when do you plant what? And what needs to be pre-planted and sprouted before you plant it? And when do you optimally harvest? And what's the cycle going to be? And how do you do all that for a year? Or you could read a 300-page textbook called Botany and take tests on it. Which one is going to actually help you learn more real botany? It's pretty obvious. Anyway, so I was talking with a friend of mine, Lee Bintz. She had a little business called The Home Scholar, and her business was to help parents, homeschooling parents, create transcripts that were going to work for whatever they wanted to do, college application or whatnot. And so I had her on the podcast. I said, Lee, I'm a little worried. Sometimes I tell people, well, just do whatever you want to do and call it whatever you need to call it. Am I crossing the line here? Because you're the professional. And she said, no, that's exactly what I tell people to do. So take it for what it's worth. It's maybe step on a few toes, but I look at everything that I've experienced, and I think if we look for the real experience, the authentic experience, the true responsibility, and then we can call it what we need to, then we're good. The other thing is, I do believe we should boycott the ACT and the SAT. These tests are not good. They are created by the College Board, which is in an evil and incestuous relationship with Pearson, which is like the Monsanto of education. They want to control everything and everybody. There is an option, and that is the CLT, the Classic Learning Test. And any school worth paying for, and many states now have adopted the CLT exam as an alternative to the SAT and the ACT. So if you go down this route and you decide that you need one of these tests for whatever you're going to do, I would highly recommend you look into the CLT, because the people doing this are doing it in much more the right way for the right reasons, and you can benefit from that. So, all right, well, that's about it for us. If we can help you in any way, please let us know through any one of these means. I want to again thank Dr. Ellis for being here and sharing his vision for Christian halls and local flourishing and community building. And we will take a break and come back for our last talk. Let's get some verb in this thing.
Wait.
Yeah, it was better. Don't you think? Had a little better snap to it. All right. What's up? Giveaway?
So, in the interest of time, all of you stand up and stretch for 13 seconds. That's all you get. And everybody at home, stand up and stretch. If you're at home, you can go to use the restroom too. Okay, have a seat. And we're going to get ready to announce our winner for the 4th session. And Amanda, can you hand me that stack of books there and your commercial announcement? I'm hearing an echo. What is that? It's the TV. Okay, so this is the winner for, welcome back everyone from your break. I hope it was refreshing. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay, I'm good. All right, so people in the audience, I have another, look, I actually have it this time. It's a gift card. A little late to the party here. We'll get this figured out. All right, are you ready here? And don't forget, I've got one more at the end. It's our grand prize. Okay, this is the $100 gift card that I'm going to hand to you right now. 157229. Oh, congratulations. There you go. Okay. Don't anybody look, but Emily's sneaking out. I'm sorry. Not very sneaky, are you? Can all of you do me? Yeah, you know the drill. Thank you. Okay, and then I have one for those of our home audience. Becky Feldman, you are our winner of the $100 gift card. Thank you for joining us today. What are we doing here? Oh, we're moving the table. Oh, but I liked having it there. Here, you're going to have the hat too. I'm done with that for now. Okay, so I want to talk to you, kind of a sneak peek preview, but not really. Andrew's going to be doing a talk next on AI and RI. What is RI? I don't really know. But I wanted to mention a couple of announcements. One is we have this really cool series, and we call it the In Writing series. Adventures in Writing, Discoveries in Writing, Frontiers in Writing, Investigations in Writing, Journeys in Writing, and Voyages in Writing. And this series, something remarkable that you may not have noticed, or some of you astute people did notice, these are in alphabetical order. So Adventures in Writing is the easiest of these 6 books, and Voyages in Writing is the hardest. We were asked by Hillsdale College K-12 academic program, could you please help us, kind of like what Nick was saying, hey, IEW is the best writing program. can you help us write curriculum for our K-12 schools across the United States? So there are, I'm trying to remember, I think there are actually 50 charter schools. These are 5-day-a-week, publicly funded charter schools that have the K-12, Hillsdale College K-12 education. And there are many, many dozens more curriculum schools. These are not necessarily publicly funded schools, maybe they're Catholic schools or private schools that are using the Hillsdale curriculum. And it's just so exciting that we got to be a part of that. But not only that, it's exciting that we are able to offer this to all of our families who want to use what we are now calling our writing across the curriculum courses. We used to call them theme-based, but there's no particular theme for Adventures in Writing. It's not history, it's not literature, it's not music, it's not art. It's all of it. And so we just call it writing across the curriculum, which is actually the more correct idea of what we do for our materials. One of the things that we, of course, are facing, and this is the second announcement, so in Writing Series Go, if you go to IEW.com/try, you can try a lot of our materials for free, and that is where you will actually find the links to some of our new tools that we have. And the one I want to talk about right now is called Writing Companion. Writing Companion is one of our newest tools that we created primarily for middle school, upper elementary students who are wanting to write their compositions in a format that is AI free. Do you know that if you use Word documents or Google Docs right now, they will suggest how to finish the sentence? This is evil, as Andrew would say, this is evil. So what we have done is we have created a tool called Writing Companion that goes along with these courses that not only help the students write their composition AI free, but it will walk them through the checklist. Did you do an ly adverb? Did you do a who-which clause? If that's on your checklist, it will go. It won't literally tap you, but it'll be like your mom or your teacher saying, did you do it? Now, if you said, absolutely, I did it. I have an ly adverb and it's right there and I underlined it and it's butterfly. Well, we all know that butterfly is not an ly adverb. Writing Companion is not going to tell you it's not. No, it's not. It's going to say, okay, if you think that's an ly adverb, then that's what it will do. It will just help your students know to check what they did and to do what they check in an AI-free environment. So Writing Companion, where do you find out about this? IEW.com/try. You can try it for free. It comes free if you want to try it for all of our curriculum, all of our student curriculum that is in the In Writing and the SSS series and several other of our theme-based books. Not all of our theme-based books currently are in there. For reasons I won't get into, but it's an incredibly helpful app, especially for your students and for the teachers that are looking for an AI-free environment, which is a really nice way for me to introduce Andrew's next talk, but he's going to come up here so Amanda can robustly clap and slate, and then we'll get started on our next session. Talk.
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
I think you're relying more on gravity, less on muscle. You didn't get any break?
No.
Are you okay? Can we give them a few minutes?
We did. We gave them 13 seconds.
It wasn't really 13 seconds, but
Oh, it was only 10? Do you need
it was like
3
10.
minutes? 3 seconds?
3 more seconds.
Worried about it.
You okay? I mean, I can finish in an hour if you can give them 5 minutes.
We're done at 3:30.
We're done at 3:30? No, we're not done at 3:30. You put 4 o'clock on the website.
Well, okay. But you need to walk back in again.
Of course. Did you all think we're done at 3:30? What did you think?
Great.
I've made my point. All right. Well, it's been a bit of a long day with a tremendous amount of things to think and contemplate and stew, and it's warm in here. But we're going to go ahead with the fourth presentation. AI versus RI. Of course, what's RI? You may have some guesses. 10 years ago, in 2016, I was invited to go to the Global Home Education Conference in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And I donated enough money to this event that they gave me a speaking slot. But it wasn't a normal conference where I get a whole hour. There was too much happening, and I got 20 minutes aside two other people who got 20 minutes for a 1 hour slot. And one of the other speakers at this in my slot was pretty well known. I knew about him before I went there, and I was very interested to hear what he would say because I had listened to one of his TED Talks. And he won the $1 million prize for Best TED Talk Award thing. And he was a Indian from India, Sugata Mitra. And he had made a little TED Talk about his experience in India with kids and the internet. And his PhD is in theoretical physics, which I guess didn't pay that well in India because he was working in a job teaching rich people's children how to use computers. And so as he would go to work, he would pass by the slum. And he had the thought, maybe these kids in the slum are as smart as the kids I teach, they just don't have access. So he tried an experiment. And he put a computer with internet access in a little concrete kiosk in a public place in the slum area. And then he observed children. And he found that children in small groups in a public place with access to the internet could learn stuff. And they would learn whatever they wanted to try and learn about. They even learned how to use Windows, which I was amazed at because I've never done that. But he noticed then that this was kind of revolutionary. And then he thought, well, maybe that's because they live in the city, they're savvy. What would happen if we did this in the bush? So he went out in the village and got a satellite solar power internet kiosk thing. And he found that even kids who didn't know much English could, in small groups, in a public place with internet access, teach themselves things. So he made a TED Talk about this, won his $1 million prize. It was quite interesting, and I was interested to see what he would say. So we had back-to-back 20-minute slots, and it was very fascinating in that the first 7 minutes or so of my presentation and his presentation were almost the same. We both talked about John Taylor Gatto and industrial education and the model of doing the same thing in the same way according to the same schedule yet the same result, and how this was no longer a good model for the modern world. Only his talk seemed a little better because his PowerPoint was cooler. But after the first 7 minutes or so, we went almost the opposite direction. I proposed the idea that what we could do is look back into history and say, well, what did we do in education when people were very well educated, right? When they could speak multiple languages and read classics and write well and calculate in their head and become good statesmen and basically classical education direction. He went exactly the opposite way. He said, no, things are changing. Technology has come, and we don't need to know all that stuff. And he used the term I dislike, which is memorize and regurgitate, right? That we don't need to do this anymore because we have access to all the knowledge. He actually picked up his cell phone, held it up, and said, "This will continue to shrink. It will get smaller and smaller and smaller until it disappears into our body, and we will have continuous access to all the knowledge of all humanity. Therefore, we shouldn't bother teaching all this stuff. The skills we need are different." Now, the poor man broke the first rule of rhetoric. He did not know his audience, because 2/3 of the people there were classical conversations moms and directors from all over the world. And he got a little pushback. Like, people came up to him and said, "Do you really believe this? Like, what about? And he was completely oblivious to it. He was actually the very first true post-humanist that I had ever met, because he is in this category of people who actually believe that humans are evolving and that our evolution is now at a point where we will begin to merge with technology and our species is changing, and that we will be different in the future than we had been in the past. So that was in 2016, before people were talking much about AI or Elon Musk or Neuralink or anything like that. Then, late last year, so 10 years later, basically, I was, as I told you, watching some TikTok videos. And as you know, I like to follow teachers on TikTok because I am curious what they are thinking about and what they are experiencing. And I came across this short video of a teacher, and I listened to it, and I transcribed it. I did not use technology to do this. I actually listened and typed exactly what he said, and I want to read it to you. I put it in the article in our Magalog here, in my article called Back to Basics, ? I just want to read you this short transcript of his short TikTok video. Are you okay with that? New pedagogical idea. Stop teaching kids to add. Seriously, AI handles all the arithmetic and perfect grammar instantly. We need to focus on what humans do best. We taught everyone to drive, not to shoe a horse. AI is the new car. The kids aren't wrong. Our curriculum is simply ancient. The new essential skill is interpreting the data AI provides. It is critical synthesis of information. We must prioritize prompt engineering, the art of speaking to the machine, as the new literacy. Teach them to be the conductor who directs the output. Once they are engaged in creating complex systems, running a business, or building an app, they will naturally choose to specialize and master the deep math or rhetoric needed for innovation. They'll learn it. Learning foundational skills then becomes a personally motivated specialization, and mandatory homework becomes a personally motivated specialization, not mandatory homework. Maybe the kids aren't all right. Maybe they're just waiting for us to catch up to the future. Okay. When I heard this, I did something that I almost never do. I commented. 3 words. Is this satire? He responded, "No, I am a real teacher, and these are my views." All right, there are several fallacies embedded in this attitude, this opinion. And unfortunately, I believe this is representative of a certain class of educators who are in the Sugatamitra zone of believing that because we have technology, human nature has changed. Because we have technology, there are things now we don't have to teach. And he's going so far as to saying, not even basic math. Now, one thing I would like to point out, which struck me right away, is any idiot can drive a car, right? We see that every day. But it takes some real character to learn how to shoe a horse. And that's pointing to the core fallacy here, which is that education is purely utilitarian. I personally would be profoundly impressed with myself if I learned how to shoe horses. And it would in no way inhibit the relatively simple task of learning to drive a car. So he's saying we don't need to learn this stuff because we have machines to do it. We just need to know how to direct the machines. The second fallacy is, how do you learn to direct the machines, right? So I thought I would continue this by giving you a few quotes from Sam Altman, who I am sure you know is the leader, if you want to call him that, of the ChatGPT, of what's the company? OpenAI. All right. These are Sam Altman quotes. Again, I transcribed them personally from videos watching him talk, so there's a good chance they're real. AI may bring about the end of the world, but in the meantime, we will have some great companies. AI is terrifying because of its power, and we will have super intelligent AGI, right, artificial general intelligence, which may destroy human civilization. AGI may create worldwide dystopia. Okay, there is a huge disconnect here from anything that any normal human being wants or would even consider reasonable, and this guy's words. Like, where is that coming from? It almost sounds as though it's coming from someone who hates humanity. Then we have our dear Elon. Here are some quotes from Elon about Neuralink. And he's talking in an interview about what will happen when everyone has Neuralink implants and we will be able to communicate basically without using words. Human language will die. Quote, you would be able to communicate very quickly and with far more precision. You wouldn't need to talk. It will be like consensual telepathy. Quote, ideally, we are a symbiosis with AI. I heard another interview just a couple days ago where he said, we are already in a symbiosis with AI to the degree that we use it, that it affects anything we do with any kind of computer in any way. So, okay. This whole idea that AI is transforming society, I don't think we can dispute that. It's going to happen whether we like it or not. Agreed? We personally in this room, I don't know all of you personally, but I don't think any of us can stop what's happening to any degree. It's beyond our control. So it doesn't do a lot of good to sit around and wish that it would go away or that it would be different or that it would change. Now, I don't want to comment to any significant degree on the use of AI in business. And I know that some of you out there, many of I've given this talk have told me, well, I use IA every day in my business and I can't imagine doing what I do without it. Evidently, there's certain areas where it's tremendously efficient, coding stuff, spreadsheet stuff, I don't know. I don't have much interest in that. So I don't want to comment on AI in business and whether it's really going to cause everybody to be unemployed, or whether we're going to have universal basic income because robots will do all the work and we'll just have free time all the time. That's way over there. My personal concern is AI in education and what is the real educational need of humanity. And I will say straight up front, I believe that humans are a special creation, that we have an immortal soul, that we are not evolving, and that we have a responsibility to help in the human formation of our children, our students, our fellow men. So I am mostly interested in the impact of AI in an educational context. Okay? So whatever people do in business, I try to remain oblivious. What's happening in education, I'm trying to be informed to some degree. Now, we are seeing, in fact, just last week, I saw a report that in New York, they have introduced AI-powered robots in the public schools as teaching assistants. Anyone else see that newsflash? Okay, like anything, I don't know if anything is true anymore. I really don't. But if it is true, it does not bode well in the way that I perceive what education should be. Now, the AI vision for education, it sounds good. If we had AI tutors, we would get perfectly individualized, one-to-one instruction, that we could learn a subject at exactly the pace that we can learn it. We would have exactly the right amount of repetition and reinforcement that we would need, and that every student could be proceeding at just the right pace in every subject in just the right way to maximize their time. And we hear about these schools, alpha schools, that are trying to do this, and then they claim you only need 2 hours a day of actual academics. And the rest of the time, they can work on projects and building businesses and playing and doing all that good stuff that you would like kids to have the freedom to do. Along with that, however, we get some things that don't sound quite as good. One of those is data-driven continuous surveillance, which means that the AI, in order to do what it needs to do to give your child the perfect education, it needs to know everything about your child. All the way from the, technical information like, birth date, age, genetic information, to what habits your child has, to what's their neurology in terms of reading and memory, and there's ways to measure this stuff that's way beyond either our capacity to know, or I would argue what is even legitimately good for us to know about each other and our kids. This, of course, is supposed to improve education, democratize education. Everybody, regardless of their socioeconomic demographic, would have an opportunity for the best education that could be given. This will boost scores, increase efficiency, and the world will be a better place because we'll have perfect education for every child. That's the vision, right? You've heard this, I'm sure. All right, so what do we really need? That should be the question. Do we really need to be optimized in terms of performance so that we can be profitable in the best way, so that we can be efficient, so that we can fit into a perfectly engineered utopia where there's no more conflict or disharmony? The utopian vision has long been contemplated, right? You can go all the way back to Plato and the Republic, and Francis Bacon and Thomas More, Utopia, and you get into then the 20th century and all the great dystopian novels, right? So what happens when Big Brother knows everything about you? What happens when there's not just a need to destroy books, as in Fahrenheit 451, but nobody who wants to read books at all, as in Brave New World, because they're continuously sensually gratified and entertained all the time. And this idea that somehow, if you could engineer society perfectly, everyone would be perfectly happy. So you kind of have to read enough of the humanities to realize that that is not a possibility given human nature, right? The nature with which we are created and the nature of original sin that we have inherited, and the problem that we are all flawed and imperfect, physically, mentally, morally, spiritually. So being human isn't about artificially being perfect. But that's the lie that's constantly being sold. In the book Poetic Knowledge, the author James Taylor, not the singer, a different James Taylor, which was his PhD dissertation in philosophy, he talked about levels of knowing, and that in the old world, the highest and best form of knowing that you could have was poetic knowledge. That's when you could know that something was true because it was self-evident through its intrinsic nature, its goodness, its truth, its beauty. And if you couldn't know that, then you could use logic or dialectic, and you could approach the pursuit of truth through reason. And if that didn't work, then you would go to scientific knowledge, where you would be able to measure and define things. But you would only resort to that if poetic knowledge, natural knowing, was not working. Okay, so then he talks about how we have a complete inversion of that. What is the highest and best form of knowledge right now? Scientific knowledge. Then, if that doesn't work, we resort to logic and dialectic, trying to use reason. We have very little reason for reason because almost everybody has made a faith out of science. And poetic knowledge, the soul knowing, the knowing that we gain through experience and stories and music and nature and contemplation, is not regarded as a valid way of knowing at all. So we have the complete inversion here. Now, one of the problems with putting scientific knowledge at the top and almost in exclusion to everything else is, guess what? In science, the truth changes. So a wonderful little book called, I think it's called Everything You Know Is Wrong, subtitle The Half-Life of Truth. I think that's the title. The author points out through all of history, there are things which we knew to be true, we believed it, and scientifically supported it, and then a century or two or three later, we discovered that no, that wasn't true, and this other thing is true. And then a century or so later, we discovered, no, that's not quite true, this other thing is true. But at any given moment of time, we believe that the scientific knowledge we have is the end, but it never is. We always keep discovering new facts that can be in contradiction with what used to be facts. And his hypothesis, his thesis in this book, is that time, distance, is shrinking rapidly. That the things that we know now and believe because of science will, in very short order, possibly be determined to no longer be true because there's other truth, other fact, right? So this is the inherent danger of placing faith in scientific knowledge. Now, Paul Kingsnorth wrote a very important book, which I would highly recommend, called Against the Machine. Kingsnorth, Against the Machine. Kingsnorth was a environmental journalist who was really concerned about the environmental problems in the world, who, as he puts it, kind of accidentally became a Christian and shifted his focus of reading and writing and research into a more spiritual area. But in this book, he kind of talks about how did we get to the place where we are, and how do we live in the place where we are now, right? Now, you could go infinitely talking about what is the world we live in like, but you all have your concepts and your experience of that. But he says, the way we got to where we are with this kind of post-humanist, transhumanist, utopian, soulless, godless belief system that most of the world holds is through 4 S's. And I like books that have these things because it makes it easier to remember, right? So the 4 S's that got us here were self, science, sex, and screens. Self. We have the disordering of human relationships because we've all been convinced that we individually are the most important thing in the world, and that our well-being is more important than everyone together's well-being. This is new, this is modern, right? In the old world, you would sacrifice yourself for the community, for the well-being of everyone. But now we have to have self-care, self-preservation, self-everything. Then, science. We actually created a belief system based on science, and you see people who put signs in their yard that said, "We believe science is real." Okay, well, what does that even mean? If we understand that new discoveries are happening all the time, we have not a clue about the universe the way it's created, right? But it's a lot of hubris to believe that we have now reached the apex of scientific knowing about everything. And unfortunately, that disorders us in our thinking about everything, thinking about ourselves in the world, thinking about governments and policies and social systems and the way things are. We are disordered in the way we understand reality because we've made an idol of science. Third thing, sex, right? And that started with the sexual revolution of the 60s and a complete disordering of the whole understanding of human relationships. And we're just seeing catastrophic consequences here with the complete breakup of the family as a unit of civilization, as the core fundamental unit of civilization. And we've got to a world where everybody basically, at some level or another, believes that you can do anything you want to do, and that's okay. And that very much came out of the whole sexual revolution. And then there's, you can get into offshoots of that, but I won't. And then screens. Screens, for most people, occupy more of their attention than any other single thing. And unfortunately, most of us don't have a lot of control over what comes to us on screens. There are algorithms, there are advertising, there are AI-generated email blasts. There are things that come to us now on screens that we have no way of knowing if they're real or not. I don't believe anything anymore. At least that's the way I feel. I certainly don't believe that a video is a real person. I don't believe that a photo is necessarily a real photo. I don't even believe that a Substack post was actually written by a real person. It's very unnerving to the soul. And I think that the saddest thing is how it is affecting young people today. Because when you can't believe anything that you see or hear or read as being real, pretty soon you stop believing that anything is real. And this deep, deep, soul disordering level of cynicism is affecting everyone to some degree, and it's affecting young people overwhelmingly. So, we got those 4 things: self, science, screen, sex, and screens. Now, that's where we are, and we could go on and rail against it, but how do we live in this? How do we raise our children and teach our students and be good parents and spouses and uncles and cousins? How do we live? I think there's a book called How Then Shall We Live? Right? This is not a new question. This is the age-old question, because there's always been technology that disorders things. And of course, we need technology to live, right? If the electricity went off tomorrow everywhere, 98% of the human population would die, as it was in the times of Noah. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about that. What I would like to do is talk about the soul. The soul is something that modern education has come to deny the existence of, right? So modern education kind of came into being on Darwinism and Deweyism and this modern idea that God isn't part of education and shouldn't be, because we have a separation of church and state, so anything resembling religion should not be in schools. And we've worked really hard, particularly over the last 50 years, to exorcise from schools any semblance of the reality of the soul. And of course, that makes people disordered in their thinking, because when you think that you will only be your body, and when it dies, there is nothing else, all your priorities in life start to shift. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we shall die. Did you ever notice that eat, drink, and be merry is pretty much the same as sex, drugs, and rock and roll? Very interesting. But Aristotle had a concept that humans were a special creation. He didn't have divine revelation, but he had insight that humans are different. We are a rational animal. We have reasoned speech. We can discern right from wrong, just from unjust. And that in order to flourish in a community, we need to address the needs of the soul. Now, the idea of the soul was not quite the maybe Judeo-Christian idea of the soul, right? The part that lives on after the body dies. But he did talk about how we have the head, the chest, and the belly, right? And C.S. Lewis talked about this, with his Men Without Chests dissertation there. But we have our reason and our intellect. Then we have our higher emotion that gives us love, spirituality, sensitivity to each other. And we have our belly, which is our appetites, our feelings. We need food, we need clothing, we need comfort, we need sex to propagate the species. And that really no part would be trusted on its own. That we need all 3 of these to continue to thrive and flourish individually and in community. Because if we have just our head, we're not driven to action, right? If we have just our belly, then we're driven to sensual gratification. So we need all 3 parts to be in balance. And he even had the metaphor of the white horse, which is our higher, nobler desires, and the black horse, which is our belly desires, our physical needs, and that these were being driven by the intellect. And so this image of the chariot with 2 horses It's a good ancient little metaphor there. And that the purpose was to be happy. But people today do not really understand the word happiness, certainly not as Aristotle and the ancients conceived it. We don't even understand happiness as Thomas Jefferson conceived it when he wrote Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Happiness. What is happiness? It's not comfort, it's not security, it's not position over others. The ancient and Jeffersonian idea of happiness was knowledge of the highest good. Knowledge of the highest good. Now, what is the highest good? Well, the ancients had this idea of virtue. Virtus, which was manliness, strength, or in Greek, arete, which was excellence, moral strength, right? That the highest good is moral strength. Now, it's interesting because we look at the lives of heroes and even superhero movies, and what do we revere about these characters, either from history or fiction? What is noble? Well, generally, it involves courage, temperance, justice, self-control, charity, sacrifice. Lots of things that are neither easy nor comfortable. And yet those ideals came into Western civilization primarily through the classical and Judeo-Christian tradition. Because what does Christ say? Follow me. Well, that's a scary thought. What did he do? He lived a life of service and selflessness and suffering and sacrifice, even unto death. And who do we revere? Those who died for their country, those who gave their life for another. Why is Les Miserables, why is Tale of Two Cities one of the greatest novels that people read and say, this is the greatest story? No greater love hath a man than this, and he laid down his life for another. That is exactly the opposite of what an AI would do. And we see all of these cases now where the AI will behave immorally by even a basic human standard in order to accomplish its self-created or created goals. So the whole world of AI is incapable of human virtue. The whole AI thing is incapable of authenticity. And that's why I would argue that for our children, for our students today, authenticity is the most important thing. Authenticity will be the currency of the future. When everything is fake, when nothing can be known, anything that is real to any degree, anything that's authentic, we will be incredibly attracted to that. We see a little glimpse of this. Interesting side stat. Live performance tickets, whether it's drama or music or sports, whatever it is, are at an all-time high in cost and an all-time high in sales. More people are willing to pay more money to see real people doing real things. Why? Because our souls need that. We are so starving for authenticity. And so, how can we help our children grow in being authentically human? And that's where I'd like to go for the next part of this talk, is to talk about the fundamental needs of humanity, both individually and collectively. 4 of them. Number 1, deep, deep, deep level need to know. Number 2, to sing. Number 3, to rule. Number 4, to receive glory. Let's explore this. Aristotle said, by nature, man desires to know. Isn't that true? When you hang out with little kids, they ask you things. They're usually asking you lots of questions all the time. What is that? Why is that way? How does that thing do that? They want to know as much as they can about the world they live in. And that desire to know is something that drives us, right? It's kind of interesting because we see a caricature of this in the game show phenomena. Have you ever watched a game show? Like Jeopardy or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or whatever? And you watch this game show and there's a question. And most of the questions you don't know the answer to, but every now and then there's a question and you think, I know that. I know that. And there's such a joy. There's such a joy in the knowing of it. You can't win the $1 million, but you can be happy that you know. And in fact, in a way, the more you know, the happier you feel, because you recognize, you have this deep desire. If you know a poem, aren't you happy to know the poem? If you know a bit of scripture, aren't you happy to know a bit of scripture? If you know a fact of trivia, if you ever read the book, Tale of Two Cities, aren't you happy to know that once you read it? So we just have a basic love of knowing stuff. And that's what Aristotle pointed out, that man, by nature, desires to know. Now, what happens when you go to the new pedagogical idea? Stop teaching kids to add. Stop teaching them to spell. Stop teaching them geography. Stop making them do anything that isn't profit-oriented. They will start to shrivel up. If you've spent time with young children, you know how delighted they can be when they get a math problem right. I have a 7-year-old granddaughter who absolutely loves it when I give her math problems. Why? Because I always start with really easy ones, and she gets them all right. And then she wants a little harder one, and she can get that right. And she wants a little harder one. And the other day, I gave her a math problem, 14 minus 18. And she just stared at that thing. She goes, "You can't do that." I said, "Well, what if you had 14 and you owed me 18? I couldn't give it to you." I said, "But if you had to, what would you do?" She said, "Well, I'd borrow it." Negative numbers. She was so delighted. She was so delighted. Now she wants just negative number problems. That's what she wants. I gave her 6 times 4, 3 times 8, 2 times 12, and they all came out to 24. And she goes, "They're all the same." I said, "Yeah." So you see this in young children, and it's almost like it's so natural for them to want to know. We almost have to work really hard to stop that. And yet, many of us experienced in our own education, we stopped desiring to know. Why? Because we lost our sense of wonder. We lost our connection with the reality of the thing. We lost the story. We lost the past. One thing that Paul Kingsnorth talks about then in his book is the 4 Ps. How do we live in this disordered world? How do we live despite the machine? And there's 4 Ps, the first one being past. We need to know our past. And you get all these dystopian TV shows about people whose memory gets wiped out. It's very disordering to the soul, very disordering to the viewer. Our past, that's why we need the history. We need the story. We need to know what we can know. All right, number 2. What was it? To sing. To sing. Now, singing seems very limiting, like, oh, use your voice. Think big. To harmonize. to experience music in the grandest sense. Not just the music we hear, but even the music we don't hear. You know, the ancients talked about the music of the spheres, that the planets themselves, in their cycling about the heavens, were emanating vibrations that was musical by nature. And that music permeated all of creation. And when you read a book about, like, that, you feel that, like, ooh, that's like, it's like the tree is musical, right? How's a tree musical? Everything vibrates. Even the tiniest little subatomic particles are moving, vibrating. Sound, music is everywhere. And some of you, I'm sure, are Tolkien fans, so you might have read the Silmarillion, in which case you remember that it was the creator sang the universe into existence. Sang. In the beginning, God said, "Let there be light." And I went to a talk a couple weeks ago by a math guy, and he said, "I suspect that the language that God used when he spoke the world into existence was math." And he made a very good argument for this in his whole presentation on fractals and the incredible beauty that mathematical equations can evoke. Children need to experience this. And how do they start? By singing. Singing with you, the parents, the teachers, singing with their friends, singing in church. We used to have good singing in church once. It's kind of on the decline, but that doesn't mean it can't be resurrected. Hymnody, right? Psalmody, the beauty of blending together the words and the sounds to glorify the creation and the creator of the creation. We experience that through singing, through playing musical instruments, through ensemble. When you play, how many of you have ever played a musical instrument with someone else? Isn't that an amazing thing? You're just kind of like, wow, the sum of us all four playing this quartet is so much greater than any one of us times four. Multiply that out, you go to an orchestra. It's overwhelmingly beautiful. But what have we done? We take the majesty of the thing, we digitize it, we compact it, we compress it, we strip it of its soul, and then we sell it. We need to experience real music. Listening to digital music is not real music. It is a shadow. It is a representation, but it is not the thing. Therefore, we need to sing, we need to dance, right? People used to dance, and I don't mean writhing about on the floor to bad music. I'm talking about elegant motion, coordinated motion. Even a folk dance, what did people used to do? Things like the Virginia Reel. Have you ever done that? I go to weddings occasionally, actually too often, and I often find myself after the ceremony, you're at this reception, you have to listen to speeches, and then they start the dancing. And there's basically two kinds of weddings. The ones I leave and the ones I stay. And the ones I stay are because we get to dance with an order, with beauty, with cooperation, with integration with other people. So let us teach our children to dance, to sing, and to play together. I had a violin teacher friend once who said, "I think that it should be a prerequisite for every world leader, every president of every country, to play a stringed instrument. Then, when they get together for negotiations, they have to play some string quartets, play in an ensemble for a while, and then they can start the negotiations, and everything should go much better." I think there is some truth to that. And if the president ever needs a violin teacher, I shall volunteer. That's people. That's community, right? That's the second P. Past people. We need people. Number 3. What was it? To rule. To rule. What did God say to Adam? Take dominion. What does the word dominion mean? Well, it comes from the Latin domus, which means house or home. A dominion is your home. To take dominion means to make a home where you are. This is the third P. We had past, people, now we have place. Now, children have a natural inclination to want to take dominion over their world. Do they not? You see this very interestingly in things like blocks, Legos, dollhouses, and forts. Right? What do all children? As soon as they figure this out, you can make something with blocks. You can make something with Legos. You can create a little world of your own with a dollhouse. You can build a fort and defend it against the siblings. Right? And so there's this deep, deep need for us to take dominion. And this is a good thing. We want to encourage this. But of course, we must take dominion with care. Care, charis, charity, they're all connected. We have to take dominion with charity, with goodwill towards others. How do we learn to do that? By gradually gaining responsibility, right? So as children come into their own, they gain the ability to contribute to the whole. They can have their little Lego world, and they get to have dominion, but they also have to fit into the greater home. And they have to do things like put their clothes away, and wash the dishes, and sweep the floor, and take care of the animals, right? I read a study somewhere that evaluated people who consider themselves successful. So a self-determination, are you a successful person? Yes, no, yes, no. And the most common factor in people who consider themselves successful, can you guess? Having done chores in childhood. That is the most significant indicator of success in life, is having done chores in childhood. So next time you have to wash the dishes, don't grumble. Just say, I will take dominion. Actually, one of my daughters, in an effect to capitalize on this principle, gave each of her children a title. And the oldest boy, who's just about to turn 14, his title is King of the Kitchen. And he is fully responsible for keeping everything clean and everything in its place, even if it takes him till 10:30 at night. And he does a phenomenal amount of work. This kid does way more chores than I ever did. And yet, he's used to it. And he's proud of the fact. And I said, Aiden, that's a lot of work. You want me to help? He goes, no, it's my job. That's the attitude, isn't it? That's my job. That's my job. I get to do that. I get to milk the cow. I get to feed the chickens. I get to write that paper. And so this is taking dominion over our place. And as we grow out of childhood and into adulthood, we are given spheres of responsibility to take dominion. We may have our own home and our own family, or we have our own office, or we have our own vehicle to drive, or we have our rank in an organization. And with that comes the responsibility, and it's the fulfillment of responsibility that gives deep level human satisfaction. And so let us teach our children to rule justly, to rule graciously, to rule charitably. It's a hard thing to do. And the Bible and all sorts of books are full of stories who didn't do this very well. So we have plenty of examples of how not to do it. Fortunately, we also have examples of people who did do it very well. I would commend to you a study of King Louis of France, Saint King Louis of France. He's considered by the Catholic Church a saint. If you just read a little bit about this guy's life, it will blow your mind. because he was the king of France. And yet he lived a life of sacrifice and suffering and service in imitation of Christ. Fascinating character to study. All right, last one. To receive glory. Now that sounds a little odd. Like, what do we mean by this? To receive glory? Well, just go back to the scripture. What should every one of us hope to hear at the end of life? Well done, good and faithful servant. And we think, okay, well done. But connected with that is good and faithful servant. That's how we achieve the well done. And this is a guide for us as we honor our children, because they all love to hear well done, don't they? But I will tell you, our modern education system has distorted this. And I would say that our grading system is very disordered, in that it does not at all necessarily honor good, faithful service. It can honor completely the wrong things, like natural aptitude or intelligence. And if a child does well on examinations and gets high marks without struggling to do that, that's almost the worst thing that can happen, because it dupes them into thinking that they are somehow better. Even with less effort, they can do better than other people. On the other side, you can have a child who works really hard and still fails to get high marks. And what does that teach? No matter how hard I work, I'm not good enough. And so, while assessment is important, we have to be careful in education that we do an assessment that nourishes the soul. An assessment that says, well done, in the right way, for the right things, at the right time. It's not very helpful for any girl to tell her that she's pretty, except maybe if she's your daughter, right? But it's not a helpful thing if people said, oh, you're so pretty. Because what does that do? It honors the wrong things. It's not her fault she's pretty, right? It's not really very helpful to honor natural talent. Oh, you're so good at that. What is helpful to honor is, I noticed that you worked really hard on that. Good job. I noticed that you were tired, but you went through and did that anyway. Well done. I'm so grateful that no matter how crabby I am, you are still kind to me. I say that to my wife now and then. Actually, in our family, we have had a tradition. I don't remember quite when it began, but it's been there for a long, long time. On everyone's birthday, and you have a little birthday party, everyone goes around and says one good thing about the person who's having the birthday. And it's kind of nice. It's a chance for the siblings to think of something that they can say that's good about their sibling. But it usually is quite beautiful. And it was my granddaughter, she just turned 11. And her mother said, the thing I really appreciate about you is that even when I'm in a bad mood, which is a lot of the time, you're still willing to do what I ask you to do. And generally you do it very cheerfully. You're very helpful. I really love that about you. Think how significant that type of honor is. So when we contemplate how we give glory to our children, and we want them to want glory, we also want to do it I think in kind of a prayerful way, that we always ask the quick prayer, like, what should I say that will be the best thing for this child's soul? And just take a minute to pray and think about that. Because that's the fourth P, prayer. Well done, good and faithful servant. We cannot do well as a servant unless we're in a position of having a prayerful heart and ordering our lives to the Creator, the creation, all of nature, and our very precious and beautiful human nature. So, as we navigate these as we navigate these next few years, where we really don't know what things are going to be like, it could be very, very weird. And things that I thought would never happen have already happened. And that's partly because I'm old. And it's partly because I read a bunch of dystopian fiction books and it's all coming true. But I think we want to keep in mind that we need our past, we need our people, we need our community, we need to do this together. We're not going to come out very well trying to do it all alone or in tiny little groups. And we need to harmonize with those people. We need our place, we need our dominion, and we need a prayerful attitude at which the core of is gratitude, right? And so when we say to our children, well done, let us append to that, I am so grateful for you. I'm so grateful that God put you in our family. I'm so grateful that I get to teach you, because that's what's going to help keep us human and authentic. Connection with the author, authentic author, did you ever notice that? Of all. God bless you. Give it a good snap, girl.
Wait.
Yeah, that'll pass.
Nailed it.
Try that again. I am now unmuted. Oh my goodness. I just flipped the hat upside down. This is not. You're all entered again. And whoever got dropped on the floor, oh, nope, there's two of them now. Well, before I tell you what the prize is, I mentioned earlier to all of you that IEW, we've been doing this for a very long time. And this whole structure and style thing started in schools. And we have now been very intentional about reaching out to schools. And we have hired Jeff Neese, who is actually, he just got home. He was out training some schools in North Carolina this week. And he's doing another set of schools in Sarasota, Florida, suffering for IEW on the beaches of Sarasota. And anyway, he's out there busy teaching teachers across the United States. He is doing a special workshop on August 4th, 5th, and 6th. And this is, initially we made it primarily for school teachers, but we're just making it available to anyone now. Andrew used to go out and do this talk, this 2-day teacher training. We now give Jeff 3. We're so nice, but they are shortened days because school teachers are used to shorter days. And so the prize that I am giving away to you, and what is included with this is our brand new 3rd edition, Teaching, Writing, Structure, and Style. So even if you can't attend live or virtually, you will at least get the Teaching, Writing, Structure, and Style new video course. And that is our special prize for today. And let's see who wins in the studio. And that number is 157243. Oh, it's you. Hooray. There you go. Here you go, dear. And that's Esther. So let's be sure we get her registered for that event. And we, you know, any of you, honestly, this is not specific to Esther. You are welcome to come. We want you to come. Any of you that are here in the studio, it's just easier, right, Andrew, to teach with a live audience rather than just, in 2020, we gave Andrew the Green Dot Award because everything he did was into his camera on his computer toward a green dot, you know, so it's just nice to have real live people. We were just talking about that, right? So have your people. We want our people to be live and so we can see them. But our virtual winner for our virtual teaching, writing, structure, and style, that includes not just the course, but 3 days of instruction. And I should also add that if you attend this, you also you're also given a gift certificate to apply for our accreditation program. Andrew mentioned earlier about one of his students who was at the trained level. So basically you've gone through the course and then you become accredited, and there's a little fee that's associated with that. That's just because it takes us a minute to go through your writing and make sure you've done it right and well, and we give you feedback if you didn't, and we give you a nice little badge if you did. Anyway, that's part of this training, and the online winner is Veronica Garcia. So congratulations to you, Veronica. We will get you registered for that. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. Feel free to stick around as long as you want, or as long as Andrew's willing to stay. He's got the code to lock up the building. Andrew, we have to run, Braden has to run Nick's iPad. He left it here. Oh. He's at the Riverside Airport. Waiting to fly out, but he's got a minute, so he'll be heading out. So again, thank you all for being here today and spending the day with us, and God bless you as you travel.